Well, good morning, everybody, and welcome to the public board meeting of the Care Quality Commission. It's 9 o'clock on the 26th of March 2025 for those watching it on catch-up. Welcome to my colleagues around the table. I should just do, for the benefit of those listening in, one or two introductions. Firstly, Simon Godefroy is here to join us from our network. As you know, we always have a network representative. Simon is from the Disability Equality Network, and we'll be hearing from him directly later on, although, as ever, free to chip in if he wishes to as we go along. And then two new other faces around the table. There have been public announcements of both, but they haven't actually been to meetings before. To my right here, Aidan Fowler, on-to comment from NHS England, executive team member, and there's the interim chief inspector of healthcare, and working with Julian to work out some of the regulatory model going forward. And the lady with nothing to do, as we're going to hear, Esther Provins, joined us very recently as the chief digital and data officer. So welcome to both of you, and I know you'll be speaking later on. I have one apology from our board member, Mark Chakravarti. Mark is travelling and unable to join in today, but I should make it clear he has read the papers and sent in comments. I'm not going to identify his comments as we go through, but where I've got approval, I know that. And if there's other observations, I'll make sure that they are picked up by somebody in the room. And then last but no means least, Chris Day is unable to travel, so he's joining us by Teams, as you can see on the screen. I think that's all I want to say by way of introductions. I should, a couple of other formal bits of business. Are there any new conflicts of interest that people wish to declare? I look around the room. No, they don't seem to be. We've published the agenda. There are no major changes. I might ask Charmian just say a couple of words about the ARAC as an oral update at the end, if we can squeeze that in, but that will only be a few minutes. Is there anything else people wanted to flag now they want to make sure we pick up? Okay. I think the first thing then is probably just down to me. As regular listeners will know, we have in the last 6 months or so given to the public board an update or a brief commentary on what has been discussed at the private board that's been held previously. So we had a private board meeting yesterday, a long discussion as usual. I'll just highlight 4 things that we discussed that I think are relevant to those listening in. So let me run through them, and I'll ask my colleagues to add if they think I've missed anything. The first is that we understandably reviewed the approach to tackling the priorities and the progress that's being made. We didn't cover IT because that's on the agenda today. You recall that a couple of months ago I said we'd had an update on how the IT review is going, but we undertook to make public and publish the report when it was finished, which is what we're doing this morning, consistent with our views on transparency. So we didn't touch IT yesterday, but we looked at other things. I'll say the board was very pleased to see the continuing focus on the priorities that the board approved last year, and the way that I think Julian's focus on the leadership he's brought to the organisation has been able to build on the progress that was being made in the back end of last year. And indeed, you know, as we'll hear a little bit later on, making progress in all areas, which is good. Secondly, we talked about the approach to business planning and budget setting for next year. Few days left this year, but this stage was an approach. It's not the final plans or budgets. They will come to the board in May, and probably the board will need to find a way. The board will need to find a way, and we agreed how to give board input to the development of that before now and May. Again, I think we should say that the board was pleased to see the approach that's going to be adopted and the progress that's being made. For example, incorporating things that have been raised in the past that we'd like to see more detail of in the plan. So I'm not going to list everything that was agreed, but for example, more transparency on key assumptions underpinning the plan in areas such as efficiency and productivity, so that there can be a clear linkage between the sort of commitments we're giving to the public and to our own colleagues in key areas like the number of assessments, but into how that's underpinned by the efficiencies that we can reasonably expect, the changes we're making to support that, and then the cost of doing it reconciling to the business plan. And so we were delighted to hear of the progress that's being made. The other thing, obviously, is a challenge for Julian here and his team is to make sure we have that sort of balance of the continuing focus on the short-term priorities, in particular, probably assessments, but at the same time recognising this is a plan out a year and the organisation needs to start addressing some other wider issues. So there's got to be a balance in that plan of not letting up on the focus on the short term, but recognising it isn't just about dealing with the problems from the transformation of the systems problems last year. And of course, all of that has to be done in the context of a changing landscape that we are regulating that probably wasn't foreseen even a couple of weeks ago. The third area we covered was LLRC. I believe everyone who would listen in knows what I mean by LLRC. It is 2 years since the board first received 2 reports underpinning the LLRC work. There were something like 84 recommendations there. That's what I remember. Apologies if I got that number wrong. The board has received updates over the last couple of years on progress made, and I think in short, say it has been disappointing or underwhelming. What is now being proposed is a reshaping of the approach to dealing with the LLRC recommendations, perhaps a refocus on some of the high priority items, and perhaps most importantly, recognising quite a bit of it is culturally related that links closely into the CQC way. So it's not a separate programme being dealt with the board, but it becomes core and central to what Julian and his team are trying to do. At the same time, though, and this is important, we've given commitments to people, particularly our own colleagues internally, that these recommendations will be dealt with. So I want to make it clear this is not a question of saying we're going to lose the recommendations and subsume them somewhere else. We will still shine a spotlight on completing them, but the method by which it's being done will be slightly different going forward, with the aim of speeding up progress. And lastly, we had a session on provider sentiment. This was a request from the board a little while ago. Probably other things have intervened slightly, but we had a good presentation from Chris Day and his team yesterday on the work that's being done measuring provider sentiment. I suppose there were no huge surprises, which in some ways you might say was disappointing because it told us in more granular detail what we thought we knew. But it was a good piece of work, and what's been agreed is that this will be become a more regular reporting into the board, because how providers see us is desperately important to us. And we will take a subset of that together with seeking to measure the experience of users of the system, not just providers, and have that incorporated into the board reporting for the next financial year. So I think those were the main things I just wanted to report back. I'll look around the table if any of my colleagues feel I missed anything or wish to add. Fair summary, Julian, from your point of view? Yeah. Okay, great. Well, look, thanks very much for that. I hope that was helpful to those that weren't at the meeting yesterday. So the next item, big item, is the independent IT review. So Julian, can I just hand over to you for that?
Certainly. Thank you very much, Ian. Well, good morning, colleagues. Important item. I think worth setting the context for this. So if we go back to what will be very familiar to all of us as a board, Penny Dash Review last year cited serious operational problems, particularly poorly performing IT systems, and highlighted the time taken for staff to do assessments, inspections, and I think we're feeling the impacts of that in terms of our current operational performance. Secondly, the feedback we've had from sectors has been unambiguous, particularly in the CPA report recently about the experience of providers, problems with the provider portal, registration, re-inspection rates, and thirdly, the experience of staff. So our own staff have been unambiguous about their experience. The board will recall the piece of work in asking staff what they felt our top 3 priorities should be, and number 1 by far was technology tools and regulatory approach. So the issues around the regulatory platform, and when I talk about regulatory platform, I'm including provider portal, the whole kind of the whole experience. And I guess it's worth just bringing it to life. We've considered these before, but I think worth repeating a couple of quotes from staff. The regulatory platform and the IT systems, this is far and away the number one reason for low productivity, staff stress, low staff morale and poor staff well-being. The regulatory platform is not fit for purpose and is preventing us from doing our job. And secondly, we need the regulatory platform and provider portal fixed or replaced as a matter of urgency. This is having a major impact on us delivering our core purpose. It is also damaging our reputation and credibility as an effective regulator. So I think if ever there were a need to really understand what was behind all of that and where we are with that, it was really clear in the context of those pieces of feedback and previous reviews. So, in response to all of that, and with the support of the board, I commissioned Peter Gill, independent IT expert and former NHS director of IT, to conduct an independent review of the whole issue of the regulatory platform. And Peter was asked to consider two key questions. How and why did we get to the point where the technology is causing such significant organisational disruption? And can we continue with the technology as it is? If so, what needs to be done to make it fit for purpose? If not, how do we get the right technology in place as quickly as possible? Both really key questions. On the second question, I'm going to, when we get into that stage, ask Esther to talk you through the kind of key next steps in relation to that and where we think we can go to respond to the point about whether we can fix it and salvage the technology. I should say that the full report will be available at the end of our meeting, made public as we committed to, as you said, Ian. For now, I'm going to summarise that, and then we're going to get into some of the core issues. So, top lines. Two kind of top lines from Peter's report. The first being the primary cause of the IT failure was a failed organisational transformation. So the whole approach around the development of a new regulatory platform to support a new assessment framework, and it's clear, and he concludes, when organisational transformation fails, IT also fails as it underpins core processes. Unclear or unstable processes make designing technology like hitting a moving target, and the IT issues are a visible example of a broader failure. So it's clear that in terms of the business cases, the planning, the way that this was managed and governed, clear lessons to learn and clear failures in terms of what led us to this point. And that has manifested itself, obviously, in the challenges I've described. The regulatory platform and the provider portal, and this is critical in terms of his judgment, are salvageable. Now, that has to be positive in the sense that significant resources have been expended on this. So the importance of being able to recover and rebuild is going to be very important, and is something we're going to have to focus on getting absolutely right. But it will require substantial development and rebuilding work, and that's what Esther will speak to. So, thinking about our response to the report, first of all, I want to thank everyone, including the board, around the support for this piece of work. I want to particularly thank all of our staff who gave time and expertise to this process. There was a lengthy set of conversations that Peter had with over 100 colleagues. And Peter, in his report, praises our colleagues for their diligence and determination to move forward positively and bring CQC back to a fully effective and efficient organisation. I want to echo those thanks, because our colleagues have been through the mill with this, but many of them are desperate to get us to a better place. And I think this is why this report is so important at this moment, to give us the opportunity to think about how we move forward. The review does lay bare the scale of the problems, both in the way the regulatory platform and the provider portal function, as well as wider issues across the organisation, including poor decision making, major failures in governance, fundamental cultural issues. It also sets out the financial impact and the total spend on the regulatory platform, which includes the total spend on the regulatory transformation programme as a whole, which includes the regulatory platform and provider portal. That is 99 million from inception in July 2019 to date. Significant investment. Less than 30% of the expected deliverables have been signed off as completed. These are across areas including registration, assessment, enforcement and oversight. And that's impacted a number of areas, including staff health, safety and mental well-being. And just as an important aside, when we think about the work that Esther will describe going forward, health and well-being is a central part of what we will need to think about in terms of our staff and the health and safety of our staff looking ahead. It's going to be a key issue for us to get right and make sure we're clear about. It does mean, in terms of the conclusions of the report, we do have an overly complex assessment system that requires lots of workarounds, has led to registration being kept on the previous system, and only 5% of the benefits have been realised. So our transformations had a huge impact on colleagues across the organisation. Concerns were raised, and many colleagues felt they weren't being listened to. They felt that they were flagging the issues, but that that wasn't being recognised and action wasn't being taken as a result. And that in particular was reported to have had a negative impact on mental and physical well-being. Also, the use of data and the importance of data, and this comes through in the report very clearly as well, was a key theme. The way that we should, as CQC, be really strong in terms of how we manage and organise and use data as the lifeblood of the organisation. And we've been impeded with that, given the challenges here. And equally, it's clear we've lost credibility with providers we regulate and wider stakeholders. Practically speaking, the IT failures resulted in a range of impacts, including complicated processes in the assessment part of the regulatory platform, resulting in the need for workarounds, a poor user experience with registration, meaning we've had to revert to legacy systems, low use of the provider portal by providers for submitting notifications, and challenges with data quality, consistency and extracting data. Now, all those fixes that are needed will take time. They'll need to be properly planned to make sure we don't have further issues. And alongside this, we recognise that there will need to be a major recognition of the scale of cultural issues that we need to tackle. And Ian, you've already mentioned CQC Way. That is going to be a central part of how we build a better culture in the organisation and also with those that we regulate. I would also include in that the importance of speaking up and what you said about the discussion yesterday about listening and learning, responding to concerns. We are taking steps to strengthen and improve our freedom to speak up process. And grateful to the engagement and support, Steve and Charmian, on that issue. That is going to be a central issue for us. So, although there's lots and lots of challenges here, but there are some parts of the regulatory platform actually that are working. And that's important in terms of giving us confidence about how we can move forward. Those that are working include richer data capture when using notifications, automation of some manual customer service processes, which saves time, and the ability to connect different sets of data and better visibility of information. So in terms of next steps, we've already begun work to get us back to delivering our purpose and protecting people from poor care. Those areas of focus that we've set out, the 4 immediate priorities, the 5 foundational improvements, have been informed by the feedback from colleagues, from our sectors, engagement with providers, public, wider stakeholders. Technology and IT is one of the 5 foundational improvement areas we're prioritising as we rebuild the organisation around that. And central to doing that is, as I have said, the importance of developing our culture. I've been encouraged and impressed with the level of engagement in that. The majority of you, I think, in fact, all of you have attended one of the events that we've run, where you've heard firsthand from staff their issues and concerns. And I think we're clear about where we need to go in relation to developing CQC way, which looks at how our culture needs to change, how we recenter our purpose, values and ways of working. Steps, as I've said, will be taken to strengthen and improve freedom to speak up arrangements, so we have a positive culture where everyone feels they can speak up and their voices will be heard. We've taken steps to strengthen our leadership in digital, obviously with Esther joining us. Esther will provide critical leadership and expertise in her role as Chief Digital and Data Officer. And alongside this, because this is also mentioned in the report, we are rebuilding our sector expertise and leadership through the appointment of 4 chief inspectors and a new, obviously with Aidan joining us for the secondment period. That's already given us greater strength in terms of chief inspector, and as I'll say in my update, we're making progress on those 4 chief inspectors. And Chris, thank you to you for shouldering much of the burden and challenge on all of this hitherto. Much appreciated. So critical to our approach to improving will be ensuring we engage effectively with colleagues, providers and the public and wider stakeholders, and demonstrate the action we're taking on what we're hearing. In terms of what I think we'd all recognise in terms of failures of governance, I'll be recommending to the new chair an independent review of organisational governance to make sure that we learn the key lessons from what we've been through in relation to this whole process, and an action plan specifically to respond to the recommendations from this independent review will be shared at a future CQC board meeting. So I'm going to, in a moment, hand to Esther. There are 23 recommendations in the report, which can be grouped into kind of 5 key themes, broad areas, and they reflect what's needed as part of rebuilding CQC and redeveloping the regulatory platform and the provider portal. So, Esther, over to you.
Thank you. Good morning all. Thank you, Julian. I think before taking you through a summary of the recommendations, I'd like to just add my thanks to everyone who has contributed to the review, both our internal colleagues, but also those colleagues in our provider sectors and organisations that we support. It's really clear to me, even just a few weeks in to this role, that colleagues have been speaking up but have not felt heard. And my hope is now that those colleagues do feel heard and now have a strong voice. And their honesty and transparency in this process is really fundamental to helping us move forward and resolving the issues that we clearly face. So the depth and breadth of the recommendations really mirror Julian's reflection on the findings, and the recommendations cover not just technical issues, but also issues that relate to our wider organisational challenges. And I'll just try and summarise those 23 recommendations, which can all be seen in detail in the report when it's published on our website. So the 23 recommendations cover governance. They cover subjects around how we approach our regulatory methods, they cover technical improvements and cultural and change management themes. So fundamental is the first recommendation, that we should use our current platforms to rebuild our IT systems. So we currently use Microsoft Dynamics 365, and as Julian reflected, the findings are that is a platform that we can use, that is credible and can support us in doing what we need to do. But we do need to undertake a significant rebuild process. And the recommendation is that we should, as much as possible, use internal CQC expertise to do this, but recognising that we do need external support and assurance and expertise in that process. In the process of that rebuild, the recommendation is that the whole organisation are involved in that process, and we should proactively nurture that engagement from all of our colleagues, not just those that use the system on a daily operational basis, but also those that use and benefit from the data that the system generates. That engagement process should include all of our staff networks to make sure that everybody's voices are heard, and this approach should apply to every aspect of the rebuild process. And I think that speaks directly to some of the comments that Julian made around the findings with regards to engagement. The review recommends that we should take every step to adopt and ensure that best practice and industry standards are used as part of that process. So standards such as programme management standards, Prince2, Agile, ITIL, the government digital standard will be familiar to those colleagues who've worked in those areas, and we should take every step and support and proactively mandate the use of those standards and best practice as part of our rebuild process and in everything to do with the recovery programme. With regards to data, Julian mentioned the importance of data as an organisation, and the recommendation is that we need to develop a data and reporting strategy that really prioritises the use of data and signifies its value in the same way as we look at public money, in the same way as we care for our colleagues who work with us. We need to take care of the data that we use, we collect and we work with. And so our recommendation is that we develop a data reporting strategy to do that and make sure that we adopt a data-led approach from the start rather than it being an afterthought. Colleagues who work with us will know there's various interim solutions that we've put into place, and those have been fairly urgently and swiftly done to support colleagues in doing their jobs and to support the challenges that have clearly been felt. And the recommendation is that we recognise those as part of a formal rebuild programme. Those workarounds also have or may have unintended consequences, and the recommendation is that we carefully manage those as operational work whilst we go through the rebuild process. Julian mentioned complexity, and I think for anyone who has touched our systems and used them, it's fair to say some of the processes contained within are really complex. And so the recommendation is that we really hold fast to the principle of keeping it simple and practical, reducing the complexity in our systems, but also our processes. This includes consideration to such things as how can we support providers to use one way of submitting notifications, and can we simplify that process to support providers and all colleagues that use the system. And I think lastly, in summary, the report recommends we have a close look at our regulatory approach and start with an examination of our single assessment framework methodology. And I know that's been a subject of conversation for some time now. So that gives, I think, a whistle-stop tour of the recommendations. As Julian said, there is 23 of them. They are clearly detailed in the report that will be published. In fact, it already may be on our website as we speak. At the end of the meeting, sorry, thank you, Julian. But I think the question on top of probably on the top of everybody's minds is what are the next steps and when can we resolve these? And I know that colleagues who've had personal impact from the challenges we face will be asking that question. I think if you have a look at the approaches to digital transformation, one of the main principles is do it well and not necessarily do it fast. So we will be taking our time to do this safely with the engagement and the approaches that we've talked about today. However, that needs to be balanced with the fact that we know there are significant pain points for colleagues using our systems that we are experiencing, and so we need to adopt a prioritisation approach to make sure that we do the urgent and most important things first to reduce the pain and improve the functionality as much as we possibly can. So next steps obviously are really important. Julian, you mentioned an action plan coming back to board, and that is now what we are working on. The time to do this properly is a really important principle, but doing the most important things first and well is a principle that we will be working with. As you mentioned, Julian, health and safety and the impact on our staff and colleagues is a really key focus area for us, and our engagement with our staff networks and colleagues, both internal and external, will be a really important part of that, as well as supported by our improvements in our freedom to speak up and our listening to colleagues' voices. And I think for me, one of my reflections is fundamental to our success is the engagement and involvement of our colleagues in this. And so a really strong, true approach to co-production is really valuable, and we will be working on using that as part of our planning and development process going forwards. So I know there's lots of questions that colleagues will have, and lots of questions remain. However, I think for now that is our approach. We will be bringing back an action plan, and in the meantime, I think we are really happy to answer any questions that colleagues may have around our approach and obviously the findings and recommendations in the report. So I'll hand back to yourself, Julian, and Chair. Thank you.
Julian? Okay. Thank you very much indeed, Julian and Esther. I mean, there's a lot there even in the summary, never mind the full report that, as we said, we'll make public. We've got about 15 minutes for questions, so I've got some comments, but I won't kick off. And let me open the floor to colleagues if there's any points they want to raise. Stephen.
I really welcome Peter Gill's report. I think it's a very important moment of learning for us, and well done to Julian for commissioning it. I think it's been a really important exercise. It certainly helps me as an NED understand better kind of what was going on in the organisation that led to the problems, because we've known for a long time what the problems with the regulatory platform and the technology are. What Peter's report helps us understand is why we got into that place. So I think that's really important learning. And I hugely welcome what Esther's just said about the way we're now going to follow this up. It's really reassuring that Peter and Esther feel this is salvageable, but there's a lot to do to salvage it, and we'll be in full support, Esther, as you and the team go about trying to push all of this right. I do agree with Julian that as a board we also need to review the lessons to be learned from this. I think the board has recognised for some time that we need a review of governance in its broadest sense, not just the technology developments but the transformation programme more broadly, to look at the internal approaches that Peter has investigated quite closely to programme management, to business case development, to assurance controls, to reporting to the board. All of this is wrapped up in needing to understand what happened in the governance space that led to some of the problems that we've seen, so that going forward we've got confidence in our decision making, in our assurance processes and our reporting, that they're working well right across the organisation. So I hope we can pick that up with our new chair when he starts. Could I also just briefly welcome Julian's specific comments about freedom to speak up, because this is, for me, a hugely important part of the culture that we need to build within the CQC way. I would pay tribute to our FTSE guardian and champions, because they have been doing for some time brilliant work trying to give colleagues a route through which they can raise concerns. But if colleagues are to do that confidently, they must be sure that there will be appropriate follow-up. Not just that they'll be able to state their concerns, but that something will happen as a result. And as the FTSE board champion, I would have to recognise that's not currently where colleagues are in terms of their confidence about the FTSE processes. So it's hugely welcome for me that there will be a particular initiative to look again at how FTSE can be made to operate effectively, so that everybody has confidence that they can raise concerns, they will be listened to, and there will be follow-up.
Thanks, Stephen. I think it's observation probably rather than question. Charmian.
Thanks, and thanks for the team and to Peter Gill for a fantastic report. I think as a board member, the way Pete was able to summarise it, and Esther, you've responded to it, and Julian, I think is full credit to the team and very welcome. I guess I have a couple of questions, if I can just outline them, and then maybe you can come back. For me, when we come back, it's really important that we think about how we're going to prioritise. It's a lot of recommendations, and we know we struggle with that sometimes because we have so much going on. We're also trying to balance very important colleague priorities, which is number one, with health and safety, etc., with issues such as our systems needing to be decommissioned by the end of the year. So when it comes back to the board with an action plan, can we get that prioritisation really clear so we understand the risks and trade-offs? So that's sort of a request, really. How are we going to balance operational imperative with other risks? The second thing for me is the governance around this was not right. We know that. Peter's report reiterated that, but we did find that quite early on last year. When I talk about some of the stuff later on in ARIC, we'll talk about what we've done to look at business cases, but I really would like to get some assurance that how we're going to go about ensuring we don't fall into the same trap with this, because Julian, as you say, the amount of spend that has been incurred, we don't want to go through a similar process moving forward. So interested in how we become a learning organisation in the short term, because we do need to rectify this quickly. Two other big concerns for me, I guess, is you'd expect this from me as the ARIC chair. We didn't look at risk adequately throughout the business case process from 2019 right the way through. I applaud using internal colleagues to do this. It's great to build people's capability, etc. But one of the things we don't have internally is a strong second line assurance. We don't have strong embedded risk management. It may not be for today because it's a big question, but when we come back, how we are going to look at risk and how the team are going to gain second line assurance that is adequate is going to be really important to me and my colleagues around the ARIC table and around the board, because we got that very wrong. We lack a second line, we're heavily reliant on our third line. So that would be something. And then finally, I think most people around the table would know health and safety is a topic very close to my heart. And the findings in the report are obviously disappointing. I think it's just would like to say that we as ARIC called in March for a health and safety audit. The results of that audit will be coming back to the ARIC at the next meeting. And that we've asked to look at the process specifically around how incidents, accidents and near misses within the organisation are dealt with, escalated and managed through the process. So we'll talk a little later about the audit plan and the other things that will complement the work that Julian and Esther have done that's been going on for the last 12 months. but please have some assurance that it's not acceptable to anybody around the table that colleagues were in that position. So that's all I wanted to add from my perspective.
Thanks, Charmian. I mean, the last was more an observation. Julian, I don't know, do you want to pick up ones you want to hand to Esther, or go straight to Esther?
Well, I'm happy to respond in just initially, Charmian, to your point on the ordering of priorities. I agree, is absolutely crucial, not least because we have workarounds in order to try and improve our operational performance, but at the same time we're trying to fix the problems we've just described while not seeing performance dip as we try to improve it. So that is going to be a set of challenges and issues to work through with the teams. I know it's uppermost in Chris's and other exec colleagues' minds at the moment about how we achieve that operationally. Doing it in the right way and doing it in the order that makes sense, that is going to be, I completely agree with you, that's going to be vital, and we need the clarity, and we're going to have to make choices about what we do when. On the governance, again agree, I think there's quite a lot of evidence in the report about following best practice and where we didn't and where we should. So best practice exists for project management and business case development and managing public money and all of those things we know. So I think we will be using those in the context of how we get the governance right, as well as the broader arrangements and risk, the review of risk. Agree on that, the need to have that second line, and I think through the presentation emphasising the importance of health and safety, and it'll be good to see the output of the audit you mentioned, Charmian, to connect to what we need to do to get this right. So thank you.
Esther, do you want to?
Yeah, thank you, and thank you, Charmian. So completely agree, and I think for me the key across the things that you mentioned, which I'll work through in a second, is us being clear on how we're approaching those things and then seeking assurance that we're doing it well, and not just saying that we're going to do something. And so with regards to your prioritisation comments, for me it's really important that we are all aware and we all are comfortable with the way that we are prioritising. And so I think our transparency around that and our sign-off around that as a board is really important, and our assurance around how that is being implemented and working throughout the organisation, again, is a really key point. So fundamentally agree, and I think that's really important that we have that oversight and that transparency around that process. With regards to avoiding some of the pitfalls that we've clearly fallen into in the past, it is about best practice and industry standards, but again, for me, it's around us as a board seeking assurance that those are embedded and working properly and that colleagues are following those. And I think, there will be some really difficult decisions around when something is operationally very, very important, how we adhere and stick to those industry best standards, best practice and standards, and not react around something that we may then regret later on. So for me, again, it's around how do we make sure that those standards are adhered to while still maintaining our nimbleness, as it were, in our approach. And that requires a really fine balance, and again requires us to understand how that is operating in the organisation. With regards to kind of risk management, your comments around second line, I think it's really important that colleagues are aware what that means, and I think I think there's probably work we need to do that's probably already in train around how we support colleagues to understand risk management, but again a really clear area of focus and one that we need to seek assurance around how that's operating in the organisation. So many of these things will be part of the approach that we bring back to the board in May. And so I welcome the challenge and the prioritisation around those things, because I think they're the right things to focus on.
Thanks, Esther. Mark, Chambers.
Thank you. And at the risk of repeating what some of my colleagues have already said, I too really welcome this piece of work. I think it's a tremendously helpful foundation for responding to what was looking like an all-consuming problem, and it's given a incredibly useful framework for a way forward. And we're all very grateful that you're here, Esther, and we're all wanting to be as supportive as we can be as we move forward. A bit like Stephen, the two areas that I focused on in relation to this are the focus on freedom to speak up. That really has to be core to our culture. We have to have an organisation where people don't hesitate, colleagues don't hesitate to speak up, but equally are confident that they will be listened to and that appropriate action will be taken. And we have been far from good in relation to that. So I think it's great that there is momentum around that. On governance, I do think we need to reflect that this has been red rated for as long as it's been on our risk register. When we reflected on the progress that had been made on enterprise risk management a year and a half ago, and split the governance as a separate risk out, it's been red since then. And I think we've seen the different dimensions to that. We know that the absence of an assurance framework has been a significant hindrance to our effectiveness as a unitary board. We know that, as committee chairs, that we know that the lack of clear alignment of executive governance through to the board committees has been an additional challenge for us. I really hope, I really strongly welcome the plans for an independent review of that. I think an external perspective on that would be really, really helpful. But I think it's really important that it doesn't just tell us more about the problems, because I think we've got a pretty good idea of what the problems are. They've just been hard to fix, and I hope it will help the team develop a clearer route map for the significant improvement that is needed in that area. So I welcome that. But I think this is an incredibly important and incredibly useful piece of work. Thank you to everyone who has contributed to it, and thank you to Peter, who's not here, for a really fantastic piece of work.
David, I think you were next down here.
Thank you, Ian. It's a question for you, Esther, if I may, and I'm very conscious of what you said, that you're working up an action plan at the moment, so I fully understand that. From the viewpoint, however, of the people whom we regulate, are you able to say anything about what is the first significant change that they might see? Not when, I'm not asking that because that's impossible, but what sort of change from the work you've done so far are they likely to be able to notice?
Thanks, David. So I think it's clear that our provider colleagues have had significant problems with the provider portal. So the interactions that we have with them and the way in which they contact us using that technology has been really challenging. So I think they will see a change in that. I think there is also challenges around the time in which we are able to publish reports, and some of those factors are technology, and I think there will be improvements in those areas as well. So, I think the challenges that we are facing and colleagues have experienced are both technology and other issues, but I think that there will be some significant improvement in the way in which our provider colleagues can contact and interact with us using our technology.
Fine, thanks very much.
Thanks, Esther. Christine, do you want to speak?
Thanks very much. Likewise, like my other colleagues, I do welcome this report, and just also to sort of flag up the point that we have been transparent in actually publishing this report, and I think that's really important that we are prepared to share this with our wider stakeholders. And I welcome, Esther, what you're saying about co-production. I think that's really important. I think some of the wider work we've done recently, for example, the CPA report has shown that we're very prepared to collaborate and to hear the experiences of both internal and external audiences. But I think in the past, CQC hasn't always done co-production very well. And just to make the point that we really need to make sure that it is genuine and authentic when we are doing that co-production. And I am heartened. I saw an invite go out yesterday for the External Strategic Advisory Group, which is specifically wanting to hear views of external people on where we're going. So I think on transformation generally, I think. So I do believe that's happening, but just to make sure that we do keep that focus on genuine co-production with both internal colleagues and external providers and other stakeholders. And just the last thing is that we've been very transparent about Peter Gill's report. Can we also be transparent when we have an action plan that we publish and share that, and that we involve people, which we will do through co-production, of prioritising and making sure that we stay with our users. Thank you.
Esther.
Yeah, thank you, Christine, and really helpful comments, and completely welcome those. And I think just to echo the importance of that co-production approach from my perspective, and that's not just within our internal colleagues in the CQC, but also following on from your question, David, around what changes would we expect and support or learn that our provider colleagues would want to see first. And so for me, there is a real opportunity now to work with our colleagues in the sectors that we work with to actually understand what's most important to them, and how can we support the changes and prioritise our changes that will be most useful for our colleagues. And that involves, for example, one of the recommendations is around a data and reporting strategy, and there's something for me which is, what do our provider organisations need from us from a data perspective? How can we support that? How can we build a strategy that gives our colleagues what they need, as well as our internal use? And that feels, for me, really valuable, given the scale and breadth of data that we have access to and we work with. Much of that is useful to others, and how can we really support that growing and the use of that in the way that we operate? So completely agree, Christine, and would welcome your comments around authentic co-production, because that for me is really important. It's not just a tick box exercise.
Can I just add a footnote to the point there, particularly in the adult social care sector, and therefore you maybe to add to this, but I think one of the things that came through very strongly from the adult social care work that was done for us, and we heard at the last board meeting, was the importance of recognising the difference of scale across the organisation. So, across the market. So whatever the phrase is, 85% of providers have less than 50 people, but there are other care providers who are massive facilities with very sophisticated systems. And a suggestion that in co-production we perhaps looked at part of the market and not the rest. Now I'm sure that applies in healthcare as well, but I think nothing like the same extent. So I just emphasise that co-production does have to reflect the feedback we've had about the diversity of the market. We're almost out of time. We don't have to have everybody speaking. We could go around the table or over, but I have a couple of comments I want to make. Before I do, is there anybody else that just has a burning comment they wish to make? Chris?
No, thanks, Ian. I just wanted to add, I suppose, what Esther was just saying. Every week we spend time talking to providers, and I suspect some of my ET colleagues do so as well. And the big issues around reports, around registration, and like Esther said, I think if ever we're going to make any improvements that will make a big difference to providers or to people whom we serve, it's around reports and around registration, and as well as just to say internally as well in terms of health and well-being for our colleagues. So I think those recommendations, I just wanted to say thank you, because they mirror what is needed, and I think if we can deliver on those recommendations, we will make a positive impact on people working CQC and also the providers we regulate.
Thanks, Chris. I mean, if that's it, then just a couple of observations from me, if I could, and I'll try not to repeat what others have said, because I'll never go last by the way the comments, but it really gets back to making sure we do learn the lessons from the past. So, the board has agreed we need to call it a governance review if you want. I'm probably focused particularly on lessons learned. So that really will be down to the future board, including my successor. So since I won't be part of that discussion, just emphasise a couple of things from my perspective. This is not a time to debate terms of reference, but I think there's at least two key things. One is Peter's report. Let me step back. I should have said we had the benefit of listening to him talk directionally before, so I guess there were no surprises in this very long report. So, like all my colleagues, welcome it, and I should thank you for, we'd be doing some work before you arrived, but I think having someone independent and kicked off straight away has been enormously helpful. And I haven't heard any disagreement anywhere around the table, anything you said, so that's great. I should have said that earlier. But coming back to what he's looked at, for the most part, not entirely, deals with things that happened between 2019 and 2021. You said earlier kicked off in mid-2019. And I mean, the challenge, around this table is that none of us were here then. I don't think there's anybody either on the board or seniority that was part of that. Now, the significance of that is it's very difficult sometimes to understand how things happened that weren't right. So if we didn't follow the good standards, how did that happen, either in the organisation or oversight from anywhere else? So looking forward, we do need to find a way of the world consider how it gets its assurance that the right things are being done. The world's moved on. We have different people now. So, I mean, personally, I feel assured by Peter's work and hearing what you say, Esther, but I think it would be complacent just to say simply because we've got new faces, it'll all be okay this time round. So I think a consideration for the board is how does it know, given the expertise around the table, that it is not repeating the mistakes. I'm sure that whatever it is, 6-7 years ago, our predecessors did not knowingly or willingly not follow best practice. So how do we not repeat that mistake? And then the second thing is an area that perhaps wasn't so much of a focus in Peter's report is the point that I think Mark and Sharman touched on, that this board relies on assurance. And as late as June last year, we were being assured through the formal channels that the systems are working. That was at odds with what our own people were telling us. And as others have said, we should thank people for flagging that up. So I think the second point, current today, is how do we just make sure we get the right assurance? And probably part of the answer to that is a rather technical term, but I think what you should say in the second line, assurance, to make sure that what the board is told actually reflects reality of what's happening on the ground. And again, I have huge confidence in the people now in place that things will be different, but it would be utterly complacent for all of us, I'm sure, to just say, well, simply because we've got new faces, it will be different. So, I've made it clear to the Health and Social Care Committee the other day that governance and risk management were poor. And I know you have plans, so this is not telling you anything you don't know, but I just think it is important that the board can have the right assurance on the progress that is being made. So just my few penneth, since I won't have the opportunity contributing to the board discussion on governance at a later date. But I do think it's right that should be done. I would, though, echo the point you made, Mark, that we know a lot of the problems. There's a lot of red risk flagging, the problem with solutions to it. So I think it's important that the lessons learned should focus on how do we ensure we do it right this time, rather than getting too hung up about what happened in the past. And we know a lot of the problems, so I would urge it to be ensure, whilst not saying we know of everything, by all means take a broader view, but I do think the focus should be on saying we recognise a lot of the problems now. The question is, what are the solutions to them? So I would just like to put that on record. Thank you very much indeed. I mean, none of this made great reading, but it's always reassuring to have somebody fully accept that there are problems and a clear list of things that we need to do better. So once again, thank you to our executive colleagues and welcome aboard. Esther, you're going to be a busy lady over the next few months. We're delighted to have you on board. If that's okay, let's move on. Julian, another session from you. This is the organisational priorities update. We have touched probably on a number of these things already, to be honest, but I'll hand over to you.
Thank you very much, Ian. I think the most efficient way of dealing with this item is perhaps to draw your attention to Appendix A with the graphic with the listed boxes that have down the left-hand side what we're familiar with in terms of the various reviews which influence the setting of the 4 immediate actions. And what we've done is under each one put a progress update. So if we look at stuck assessments, we are down to 135, which is good progress. Still 135 to clear, but work underway on that. And incidentally, I will give the opportunity to my exec colleagues who are leading each of these to offer a comment on those if they want to add anything to what I've said. Enabling new assessments, we've completed 3,527 against a target of 3,500 to 4,000, but that is a low watermark for CQC, and we must do better. And the key work going on at the moment is to think about how, given everything we've just discussed, we're going to improve that over the course of the coming year. That will form a key part of our business plan for next year. We're not there yet in terms of the absolute definition, but we're working hard to get to a sense of what that trajectory needs to look like and engaging with our colleagues and teams who are supporting this work. On the backlog of information of concern, we are down to 286 information of concern cases from 1,984 based on the 9th of January position. I'm grateful to everyone's efforts on this. Really important issue, one that I know has been raised previously by board and is a very important issue for us to focus on. Good to see the progress. We've got Catherine Halford helping us, former chief nurse from the NHS, helping support this push to look at the end-to-end process and make sure that we get to a better place on that. Chris may want to add to what I've just said. And on registration backlog of applications reduced to 29.6 from a peak in May of 61.6. So still work to do to get us to where we want to be, but I know that James and colleagues that he's working with are doing all they can to try and improve that position as well. And then on the foundational improvements on the next slide, building the foundations. We've just had the conversation about systems and the work we need to do on that and data, so I won't dwell on that. On operations and regulatory leadership integration, I think I'd want to say that it's encouraging that we're having, I think, productive and engaging discussions with staff side colleagues on this issue, trying to move forward in a positive way, recognise that it's an important part of our overall plan to build that sector specialist approach. And I'm grateful to everyone's involvement in that and the work that Jackie and the team are doing with staff side colleagues. And on the assessment framework, Joyce and the team are looking hard, as with Aidan now joining us as well, looking at the way that we can move to a sort of interim position around refining key quality statements and making sure that we've got the opportunity to simplify, clarify, work with our sectors so that the assessments are in a place that we want them to be and where they're well received, while we think about the medium to longer term in relation to our assessment framework. So that's a brief summary of where we are on the 4 immediate actions and 5 foundational improvements. Perhaps Ian, some of my exec colleagues might want to just add a bit of detail to the 4 immediate ones that each of them acts as an SRO for. Thank you.
Thanks, Julian. We don't have a lot of detail on every one, but if you want to go around quickly, James.
Thank you. Thanks, Ian, and thanks, Julian. In relation to registrations, you can see we've got a clear timeline and process improvement underway. there are no outstanding registration applications in 2023 at all now, and in 2024 we're rapidly eradicating those from January to May, so that not only are we working on the percentage that are longer than 10 weeks in the system, we're also trying to bring in the tail, so that the absolute length of time that people are experiencing, which is often relating to a complexity in the process that is being undertaken in registrations, is reduced as well. But I wanted to make another point, if I might, about the level of expectations, particularly amongst social care providers, about our, as it were, performance in the future. And Julian was speaking recently at the Care England annual conference, and he will have, courtesy of my encouragement, another series of speaking arrangements in the social care sector. There are high expectations of not just eradicating our problems, but really ramping up. And I think, Julian, you used the words in that conference of a long and difficult road, I think, which the chairman of that conference acknowledged. And I just want to set expectations going forwards that we will, of course, deal with whatever we are dealing with in terms of back performance, but we are working in a hybrid way going forwards, and that will necessarily be a little bit of a drag on expectations. I wanted to make that point without depressing the social care sector. I think it will be more of a challenge than they might have expectations of.
Thanks, James. Shall we just see if any other executives wish to comment, and then if we'll move to any questions from NEDs? Chris Day, you've got your hand up.
Yeah, just to give a bit of a note where we are on stuck assessments. There's been tremendous work going on across the organisation to move us down from the high figure of 500. We're now at broadly a fifth of that figure. I think I said to colleagues before, a lot of this was around both some of the technical reasons why reports were stuck, but also just making sure we were operationally prioritising the completion and the final stages of the PACAP process to get those reports out. We're in a space of going back to those individual providers to make sure they realise that their report is in that backlog, and I hope over the next few weeks that backlog will return to zero. The final part of this project is also to make sure we leave in place flags so that we don't get into this situation again. So again, we're working with colleagues from the hub and also colleagues from operations and the technology teams to make sure that we can see when reports are beginning to go out of the norm for when we'd expect them to go through different phases of the process. So tremendous work done, and I think probably by middle of April we'll have removed those 500 stuck assessments that we had originally.
Thanks, Chris. Others? Chris?
Yeah, thanks, Ian. Just on the cases, really, I mean, this is coming down at a rapid rate now. So we reported in the paper at the 10th of March at 286. It's now down to 75. So the work continues to come down to 96% reduction. So I guess two things. The work doesn't stop because cases don't stop. We need to ensure that we've got a sustainable process that we can keep on top of. And the second bit would be just a huge thank you to everyone who's been involved in working through and clearing the backlog. Lots of colleagues involved and great efforts going in, so thank you to everyone that's been involved in that. And we're nearly there in terms of clearing it.
Okay, thanks. And another Chris.
Yeah, I just thought since every Chris has spoken, I might as well speak as well. So. I think the discussion this morning reflects actually why enabling new assessments is really important. I think everything we're doing, eventually it's leading to enabling new assessments. And if I just reflect on most of the contacts I get from providers, it's around assessments. You know, they're waiting for assessments. They've registered. They're waiting to be assessed. They're waiting for a rating. And at times impacting on their business. So that's why this is really important. But I suppose the positive aspect around enabling new assessments is that the hybrid approach we are taking in terms of using the regulatory platform for some parts of the assessment and also going off the system to try and make sure actually we can deliver those assessments. Anecdotally, the feedback coming through from providers I've spoken to, especially in adult social care, is actually the positive experience they've had when we use the hybrid assessments. Some of the assessments we've done have taken about 5 weeks. Within 5 weeks, we've been able to complete an assessment. When you compare that to previous months where it's taking more than a year sometimes to get a report out, you can see actually the big impact it's having on people's experiences of working with the CQC, and also the feedback coming from staff in terms of their health and well-being has been positive. So staff we've used the hybrid approach have reported actually they're seeing a big difference in terms of their well-being and actually starting to find joy at work, which is really encouraging. So I just wanted to reassure people that yes, it's taking a bit of time, but I think we are taking those steps to actually having positive impact on new assessments. Thank you, Ian.
Jackie, you want to start?
Yeah, I just wanted to go on record to thank colleagues, staff groups, our staff side, our reference group, who have worked really transparently, diligently and collaboratively to get us to the point we are consulting now on our inspector job reversion and the new inspector job description with a go-live date of the 12th of May. And it's been a real testament to everybody's commitment as to how that's been carried out. And our trade unions have been critical partners in that. So thank you to all of them as well.
Ian, if I may complete the set just by saying that it's worth mentioning the CQC Way Safe Space continues to be open until the 2nd of April, and we've had great feedback, so all of that will be gathered, distilled, and we'll move into the next phase of that, and board colleagues will see the next kind of iteration of that over the coming weeks. So that obviously underpins the foundational improvements, and important to reinforce that and encourage colleagues who may be watching us meet in public to continue to offer their thoughts, ideas and views. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Julian. So this was basically an update, so thank you very much for that. And it's pleasing to see progress in all areas. I know you're not being complacent, but so much better to have some measurable progress. We've time for a couple of questions. Sharmila, I'll come to you first.
Thanks, and just wanted to say well done, first of all on the MI, because it's very, very difficult to get information out, so it's great to see where we are. This is the first time we've sort of had this kind of handle as a board, so it's great, but also to everyone involved, certainly as a board member, this is really reassuring to see things moving in the right way, so so well done on what is an enormous amount of work. There was just a couple of things from me. Oh, sorry, I should also say, Chris, that the points around the assurance, I think, is really important as well, that we're not just fixing a backlog, we are trying to gain assurance that this won't repeat itself. So that was also music to ears. One of the things we talked about yesterday, Julian, was the concern that had been raised by colleagues with some of us board members around risk and around how provider risk was being looked at. And we had quite a good discussion, and Chris sort of raised some of the things that were being done, sort of, I suppose, because it cuts across, doesn't it? It cuts across those immediate priorities. And I just wondered if the way that we are looking at risk and how we will project that and how we're projecting out what we do next year can be shared, because I think that would be important for some colleagues to hear. And then just finally, for other board members to know, we've talked about the workarounds that are in place, and I think Esther's joining Eric and that we're having, sort of especially around some of the IT areas in April. One of the things we'll be looking at specifically is how we look at that. The workarounds sound like they're working really well, but how do we make sure that we don't create other risks like record keeping risks, etc. So just to let colleagues know, we'll be doing that in April. But if there is a chance, Julian, in a few minutes to do, I think it would be useful.
Thanks, Charmin. On your second point, it's been clear that the risk matrix is quite complicated, because every time you move and do something, it creates a new risk, and making sure we've identified that managing it is desperately important. So thank you for setting up the additional audit and risk assurance. By the way, you just told me not to use the phrase ARAC, and you've done audit and risk assurance. For those that don't know, that's what I mean by ARAC. So thank you for doing that. On the first point, Julian, it was more comment, but you want to respond?
Yeah, no, absolutely. I think it's a vital consideration, Charmaine, in the sense that inevitably we've been and are focused a lot on our own internal issues to sort out. However, our core purpose around keeping people that use services safe and also spurring improvement is a vital part of our work. So having more of a sense of what's happening in the regulatory environment, in all the providers that we regulate. I think, Chris, you articulated it nicely when we spoke about this yesterday. Do you want to perhaps just reprise that in terms of what we're doing and how we're approaching that?
Thanks, Julian. Yeah, and I think it is important. I think the point you're making, Julian, in terms of, yes, we've spent a lot of time focusing internally in terms of the areas we need to address, but also our key purpose, or our purpose really for existence at CQC, is supporting people who use services in either health or social care, and in terms of how we support those providers to, one, manage risk or mitigate risk, and also how they can improve in terms of patient safety. So what we've decided to do internally is to have a network national risk and performance meeting every month to try and address some of those risks that are coming through in terms of what are the risks that our colleagues who are inspectors and assessors are raising to their DDs, to their deputy directors, and what are those risks being escalated to the network directors. So the network directors, when they come to this monthly meeting, they're bringing a collective assessment of risk from their network, and then we agree in terms of how we address those risks in terms of our approach. Do we need to go out and carry out an assessment, for example, for a provider, or which providers collectively do we think we need to support in terms of risk? But we're not just using our internal risk, we're also using risks that is being reported from other stakeholders, for example, ICBs, NHS England, commissioners, to try and make sure actually our risk is not just informed by our intelligence, but it's also informed by other stakeholders, and thinking about, whistleblowing as well, and feedback coming from people who use services. So this is a place where we gather all the intelligence, and then we have an understanding of what risk is being presented within our networks, and then how we respond to that risk going forward.
Thanks, Chris. I saw a couple of questions. Christian, I'll come to you first, then David.
Thank you. Just to say, first of all, that it's really good to see the progress that is being made. It may not be happening really, really fast, but I hope that it is being felt by providers, and I'm trying not to be the person who always talks about the provider perspective. However, that is my background, and I do still hear a lot from providers. And I think, again, I appreciate the transparency that, James, you're mentioning about being realistic about what can be expected by providers, that it's not going to happen possibly as fast as providers would wish. Hearing from Chris as well about where it has gone well and where people are feeling that it's now beginning to work. And also that we seem to be really communicating well with providers at the moment, and how important that is, and that it reinforces our commitment to CQC to working in partnership with providers and to ensuring that actually going forward we will sustain that partnership. It's was very much evidenced by the work with the CPA. I know you went to Julian and talked to Care England, and I know that was very much welcomed. So just to say, please, let's keep going with that. And then just a question, I think probably for you, Joyce, which is, there was brief mention of refining the quality statements. And again, I know there was an offer through CPA to work with us on that. And is that happening, and will they be involved in that? Just to hear how that might be happening.
Joyce?
Thank you for the question, Christine. In terms of refining the quality statements, I think what we are doing is thinking about the regulatory model in its entirety and the assessment framework, of which the quality statements are part of that. I think we have to look at the whole thing, and there might be refinement both in the interim in the long term, because it have to be done through consultation. And I'll be working with people like Aidan, Chris and others, and the new chief inspectors that come in, so that the quality statements are meaningful, that we can then lead to ratings characteristics, and then providers actually understand what standards are expected of them. So in the long term, definitely we are reviewing the quality statements. It will be part of the consultation. In the medium term and the short term, we have to make interim changes, but we are helping with further guidance around what we expect around the quality statement, so that it will be clearer to providers what the quality statement means, what might be our key lines of inquiry, and might be the prompts that help them understand what do I do in my sector and my plans. The short answer is yes, but it is for the longer term, and we have to consult on it.
So I do think that there was an offer from CPA to help with refining what and with the guidance. Is that happening?
So James can talk to how he intends CPA. My comment on that is we have to work with CPA and others, including people who use services and public, because we have to engage, collaborate completely, but we have to engage more widely than single. They're not single; they represent a whole group of people. But we have to engage more widely with lots of people, partners and stakeholders, and people who use services as well.
Chris, I saw your hand up. I'll come back to you. Maybe it's an answer, but I've been promising David. He's had his hand up for ages. David.
Julian, in the incredibly short time that you've been here, you've made lots of changes, lots of moves forward, and we've heard some of those today. My question really is, in order to focus on what is essential in delivery to our formal mandate and to those we regulate, I wondered if as yet you had had any time to fully examine what activities we might stop, or we might at least pause, because most organisations accrete to themselves nice to have activities, and they never become the priority, but in order to streamline the organisation and add to the focus that that Esther's talked about and you've spoken of, and some of your team members have spoken of, any comment that you'd like to make on things that we might pause or stop?
May I respond, Ian?
Yes, sorry.
So already, I think, David, to answer your question directly, we've prioritised the essential things that we need to deliver. So we've tried to give the organisation a clear focus around what we're discussing now. We have already paused the assessments of integrated care systems that were planned. That was a necessary step given the issues that we needed to sort out. There has been, I'll refer to it later in an update in the report on where we are externally, publicised changes planned around NHS England and indeed integrated care systems, the ask in terms of their level of headcount reduction. So we need to be thinking about our role in relation to where ICBs and ICSs are going. For the moment, our focus on these priorities, I think, is paramount. And I think that the question of what else we might stop, I think that this is part of the conversation about our wider role, the role of regulation across health and care more generally. We're expecting the output of a further review of the health and care landscape that may lend further clarity. We await that. And also we're influencing the work on the 10-year plan in terms of regulation, which again is going to be vital, because although it's a 10-year plan, there's a lot of interest in the first sort of 3 to 5 years of that. So I'm sure there'll be more to say in answer to your question in due course. Right now we've got a clear focus, I think, necessarily so, and more thinking to do in relation to those areas I've described.
Well, thank you for that, Julian. I mean, that is reassuring, and I take your point about a very rapidly changing and slightly uncertain context in the climate outside of that. I suppose what I am saying, however, is the application of Occam's razor to some of the activities of our organisation probably could go on somewhat independently of that. And I'm just asking, perhaps you could just reassure me in due course when you've looked at it. Thank you.
I mean, perhaps that would be a point to pick up when the business plan comes back. I don't think it needs large documentation, but that sets out what we are doing. It'd be helpful to have a response. Is there anything that we're paring back? So we'll capture that. Chris, can I make this last comment from you, please?
It's just a response
Dane,
to. Yeah, I'm sure when you pointed, it's me. Just to respond to Christine's comment. So James has established a group from the CPA to work on exactly those issues around what can we describe what the key characteristics of outstanding, good, requires improvement and inadequate. But we need to do that in all the sectors that we regulate. So our intention is to work with providers from all the sectors that we regulate alongside people who use services to re-establish and recalibrate that is alongside our colleagues as well. So we have something that is meaningful to our colleagues, that is meaningful to providers, that gives an ability to really understand collectively when we come out to inspect what we are looking for. I eventually want that to build into a wider handbook for inspection, so we're clear on people have clear expectations of us as a regulator, and we've got clear expectations of them. So that work starts now. As I say, the CPA are a really important and integral part of that, but they are one of a number of groups and organisations that will be working with over the coming weeks to establish and support that interim approach.
Okay, thanks, Chris. If we could, let's close down that discussion. But thanks very much for the update. I mean, clearly it is important just to keep a continuing focus on those priority areas, so that will continue for a little while. If we can move on, one last session before we have a comfort break. And it's anti-racism. I think we're being joined by one of your colleagues, Joyce.
Yeah, Cara Haynes is joining us.
Just while Carol's coming in, I'll hand over to Joyce in a second, but colleagues will recall that I think it was in the September board meeting we talked about the racism and anti-racism, clear commitment from the board that we should become an anti-racism organisation. Work is continuing. There will be something more complete coming back to the board in May, but I thought it would be helpful just to have a very brief update on progress, to position things, rather than just having something coming in May. So we don't know where Chiara is. Is she dialing in or being?
As far as I know, she's attending in person, isn't she? She was just out there. Was she? She wasn't there just now. Let me go and double check. We are slightly out of sync.
True. Okay, welcome. As being pointed out to me, I was predicting the comfort break too quickly. Apologies for that. So we have a couple more items. Anyway, I did this yesterday as well. Joyce, so welcome, Carl. We are running slightly out of time, so if you could make sure we don't overrun on this. But I was just explaining, Carl, why this was important to have a brief update today ahead of a longer discussion in May. So can I ask you to take this on, please?
Thank you very much, Ian. And I'm really pleased, actually, to bring this paper to board. Like you said, we first discussed it in September 2024. And this is an update to board to note progress, but also to follow up on the commitments that the board had discussed around the objectives that they may want to see. We will come back in May, but we'll talk about some immediate commitments about a position statement we want to have on being an anti-racist organisation. There are two things I want to say first, though. First of all, in response to David's comments about what priorities we lose, this is definitely not one of them. This is something we keep. It's integral to our role. It's integral to how we approach the CQC way as well. And secondly, though I lead it, you may think I lead it because I have a personal stake in being an anti-racist organisation. I do, but I also think this is absolutely important for us for another two reasons. First, it is how we regulate. And when we think about health inequalities, which are avoidable, the worst care is done to people who come from ethnic minority groups. You would want to make sure better care is given to all, and you make sure that the worst care is improved for those who are on the receiving end. We need to regulate because racism is the cause of those health inequalities. So that's really important in terms of our regulation. Secondly, it's really important in terms of workforce, the workforce in health and care services, as well as our own workforce within the Care Quality Commission. Because if you have anti-racist policy, you make people feel included and belong. And there is research that shows in healthcare that the impact on health workers who are affected by racism impacts their mental health and their well-being, but it also impacts the care of patients. And we've seen that in maternity care, and we've seen it in mental health care as well. But I could go through an entire list. So what I want to do is hand over. I do want to give Kira time to talk about the input. She's really been involved in this work as well as some team. So I want to give her the time and space. I did say, keep it to 2 minutes, Kira, but if you go over, that's absolutely fine, because I want to have a quick quality and answer session as well. But I do want Kira to have the time to tell us about this work and about how we see it progressing. Thank you.
Thanks. Kira, just to add to you, can I just add to what you said, Joyce, about the importance of this? It seems to me, we talk about things like LLRC, which after all part of that work had its grounding in concerns about race. And I think if we're to demonstrate we are listening and responding rather than just talk about the process, there couldn't be a better example of taking this on, because I know it's important to our people both internally and elsewhere, which is why I was particularly bearing in mind this was my last meeting, was keen that we should have this brief discussion today. Anyway, Chiara, we have got the papers, don't need to talk us through the detail, but I take the point from Joyce that we need to give you time to explain. So over to you.
Okay, this happened last time as well, sorry. I'm still getting used to it. But good morning, board members. 6 months ago, or just over 6 months ago, you prioritised CQC being transformed into an anti-racist organisation to turn the dial on the recruitment, advancement and well-being of our racialised colleagues here at CQC, but also to use our unique position, and it is a unique position, to eliminate the unacceptable inequalities that we see for racialised communities across health and care. And I am proud that we have been guided by the 7 anti-racism principles from the Race and Health Observatory, and we will continue to do this across all of our phases. But in terms of phase 1, which is naming racism and signalling our intent, I would like to give a brief update on where we're at so far. So we remain committed to producing an anti-racism position statement that not only builds trust with communities, but outlines our responsibilities. We have supported the review of our Freedom to Speak Up offer, which has led to specific and measurable anti-racism measures. We have embedded the RHO principles into our quality impact assessments, which we hope will directly influence the 4 immediate actions and the 5 foundational improvements. And we are working closely with the Race Equality Network and our Anti-Racism Steering Group to take all the opportunities we can to embed anti-racism into the CQC way. And of course, we remain aligned with the EDI strategy and working on the development of our learning and support offer to improve the confidence and the competence for all our colleagues on race and racism, so that way when they go out and do their jobs, we're all on the same page. But now, leaders, what we need from you is your continued commitment, understanding and action. And the way we can do this is through adopting evidence-based, collective and individual objectives so we can have transformational, not just transactional change. So what do I mean by this? Under our strategy, this is the public and internal continued commitment to this approach. Culturally, it's modelling these values and behaviours, taking the time for that deep self-reflection on our own behaviours and how they contribute to the culture we want to see, to normalising conversations around racism so we can support the identification and of racism and take the action required. But also under performance, not only asking for data broken down by ethnicity, but then using that to target action and to steer the direction of this organisation. And accountability, We want to be transparent and accessible. But have we thought also about equipping and enabling community representatives onto our board and our decision-making processes so we can really see some change? These are your objectives, leaders, and I ask you, what is it we're going to do about this? Thank you.
Thanks so much, Karen. It left us with a challenge, so anyone wish to respond? James, I will come to you first. I did see Charlie, but yeah, give you James.
As the board will know, I come from a social services background mainly, where anti-discriminatory practice and anti-racism is a strong part of social services and indeed social work. So I think I really welcome this. I absolutely commit to it personally, and I think in anti-racist work, it is about confronting racism, including our own, but also organisational change, and then supporting community initiatives. So I think this is one of those areas of work where CQC incorporates this into our regulatory action, but we have a community role in addition to that of promoting this issue. And we live in a world where this agenda is actually quite challenged and getting increasingly challenged. And I think just being vocal and in the space about this is an important part of us influencing other peer organisations and governments and communities. And I think that there's a lot for us to say in our voice and encouraging change in the way that practice is done in health and in social care and more broadly in community settings. So it's deceptively simple at one level, but actually keeping a focus on this and putting resources to this, I think, is critical for us to do. So thank you.
Charmian, you wanted to comment?
Thanks very much. Great to hear about the work that's been underway, and we are our aspirations going forward. I think for me, I like James, am totally committed to this. Personally, I've got a lot to thank my mentor for on the journey. So that's one personal aspect. I think as a team, this is a different level of commitment to sort of having an EDI strategy, hold ourselves out as being an anti-racist organisation comes with a different level of proactive commitment. And I think it's really important that we show how we're demonstrating our delivery against that commitment. So you've asked sort of about board objectives. I mean, for me, I think it's about us thinking about how we make time on the board to discuss it and to learn, about ensuring we have the right resources applied internally to deliver what we need to deliver. And there are a number of indicators that we should be looking at, and Nadia is doing a lot of work for May on this, and I'm a big fan of triangulating multiple sources of data because we can get that real depth of information. So I'm looking forward to seeing the results of that in May. And I wonder, it's a bit sort of out there, but we do well-led inspections ourselves. EDI is one of the areas we inspect providers on. I wonder if we shouldn't ask some of our inspectors to give us a slice of a well-led inspection so we see how we would shape up come May. So that's the first thing. The second thing is, the second part of this was the phase 2 is auditing, and I just wanted to provide an update from as the Audit and Risk Assurance Committee Chair. There are a couple of things that are happening and have happened. We have just recently undertaken an LRC audit, which we're working through with the team the results of, and we've discussed that today. On next year's plan, we have agreed with GIA, Government Internal Audit Agency, that they will do an audit of they're calling it grievances, but it is grievances and disciplinaries. They have been provided with the WARAs and what is data, and they will be looking to ensure consistency across all colleagues, which I think is really important. Also, speaking with some of Chris Usher's team who are responsible for looking at policies, one of the things we want to do is to add into our policy headers, which sort of look at all the things we need to look at when we accept a policy or it goes to the board for approval. What have we specifically done in relation to this commitment? So I think there's a few things that we're trying to do there to support it, but really support the work.
There's quite a lot of comments there, and there's a few other hands up, but Carol, do you want to respond to the points that Charmian has made?
It's just great to hear that you are committed and that through the audits and through, specifically on the policy section as well, about having how we embed and the debiasing, because I think that's important as well. I think having it in the background is one thing, but having it firmly within our processes, especially while we kind of get the culture alongside, is just really important. So yeah, I appreciate your commitment.
Thanks. There's a few hands going up, and we can't spend 2 minutes, but can I come to Stephen, Chris, Day, one of the Chris's, saw your hand go up, let me have a brief comment, and then Mark, and then Esther, and I think probably we'll call it stumps. That's 4 of you. Stephen.
Firstly, congratulations and thank you. I think the way you came into the room, big group of people, and projected really constructively and bravely was admirable. I think you did a really terrific job on that. Well done. I would like to make the link through to freedom to speak up, because I think that's an important route for colleagues who feel they are experiencing racism or abuse or harassment. And we were talking earlier that actually we're not yet in a place where the organisation and our colleagues all feel confident about using Speak Up to raise concerns. But for me, that would be one way of, if you like, kind of mainstreaming into some of our core practices and frameworks this really important part of the agenda. So I hope we can do something about sort of building the profile of freedom to speak up as a way of raising concerns about racism and harassment. The second one, like Charmian, I've had the benefit of the reverse mentoring programme and a wonderful reverse mentor, thank you Millie, who has just been brilliant. But the reason that for me is so important is that it kind of gives me an understanding of just what it's like, the experience on a day-to-day basis. Because so often our sort of anti-racism programs can focus on the big processes, recruitment, promotions, discipline. But understanding the day-to-day experience is, I think, hugely important for the board, in addition to thinking, well, are all of our processes working well? So I think that is a really powerful part of the anti-racism programme, to keep going with the reverse mentoring so that we all have a really deep understanding of what is it really like for colleagues in this organisation on a day-to-day basis. And I hope we can continue with that programme.
Thanks, Stephen. Actually, I was going to make a similar point on reverse mentoring. I won't profess to be a star pupil, but it has nevertheless been incredibly useful. And when we come to relook, I think it'd be worth seeing whether to either re-energise that programme or do a light touch version, if you like, for board directors. Chris Day, you did have a hand up. I'll come to you quickly, and then Bart Chambers.
Sure. I just wanted to make a point that if we are to be an effective regulator and deliver on our purpose, we need to build the trust of all the communities that we serve, and it's important. This is an important part of building that trust. So I commit myself to this work. I still have the words of the maternity report ringing in my ears. We remain concerned about inherent inequalities in access to maternity service experienced by women from different backgrounds, and the safety risk that presents. We need to call it out in our own organisation if we are to tackle it in others.
Great, thanks. Mark Chambers.
Thank you, and I strongly welcome this work as well. One of the things that I worry about the organisation that we've not been strong on consequence management for behaviours, and if we're really going to have accountability for the behaviour for people living the behaviours that we want to see in the organisation, we've got to make sure that that is underpinned with a structure of consequence management. So can we make sure that we kind of, I think that, you know, that's a theme that we have across a whole array of fronts, but I think it would be really helpful as this moves forward to get feedback as we move forward of actually where we're seeing this not happening, or we're not seeing this happening fast enough and deeply enough. You know, are the consequence management tools in place to help us deliver that? If people have got ideas and suggestions for how that could be improved, let's listen to them, because I think we need to do a better job on that front. Thank you.
Thanks, Mark. Esther.
Yeah, briefly, thank you. And I think your challenge to us, both as individuals and as a board, is absolutely the right one. So thank you. I think I was reflecting as you were speaking that unless people have personally faced discrimination, it's really hard to understand. And so your comments around reverse mentoring and the priorities around learning and education and support to other colleagues in the organisation, it feels really important. And I just wanted to make the link with the CQC way. It feels like to me the CQC way has been mentioned many times this morning, and its importance of resetting the way that we work and the culture that we have as an organisation feels really, really important. And so this being a key part of that, I think, is a really helpful approach. And I'm left with the reflection of a personal call to action from your comments as individuals and as a board, and also the comment that the standards we walk by are the standards we accept. So those are my reflections on your words, so thank you.
Okay, thanks so much, Esther. Is there anybody else wants to make a comment? Otherwise, Julian, who would comment.
Great, thank you. That was great. Very quickly, really, really good to have you giving us the challenge and also a bit of inspiration, I feel. Personal commitment, continue to prioritise this, and actually Joyce knows because she was in the audience, taking myself out of my comfort zone by going on panels like the one we did at the Nuffield Summit, Joyce, to talk about anti-racism and what we do in health and care. What I was interested, though, quickly, is of the 7 steps, where do you think we are in relation to working through those? Because you mentioned about naming, step 1. There's another 6. How do you think we're doing, and what do you think we need to do next?
Honestly, I don't think these principles are meant to be done sequentially.
Yeah.
I think the challenge is doing them all the time, which I know can seem daunting, but I think the way they're broken down, actually when you take some time to absorb it, we can do them at the same time, I think viewing the different sub-work streams that I've been supporting, I think it would be wrong to say, oh, this one is for naming racism, or this one, we break down ethnicity and we use data. Across everything, we need to take that collective approach. And I think in terms of honestly where we're at, I think our ability to use data to inform and target action, both lived experience data, but also our numerical data, our quantitative data, we're lacking. Yeah. Internally, there needs work, but essentially, externally as well. I hear comments a lot about, even now for our NCSC colleagues, the information that we're getting from externally, we're unable to capture that in a way where we can then use it to drive action, and that is fundamentally going to hold us back. We're not going to be able to benchmark our progress, and fundamentally we're not going to be able to see where those areas of key support are. So that's something that's critically is on my mind.
Great, thank you.
Thanks, Joyce. Last comment then.
Thank you. I think that was a really good response, carefully worded response, because I would say quite directly then, we're at step 1 and not even achieving that yet. But that's the subject of this paper, to 1, understand our progress, and then secondly, commit to step 1, which is about we will publish a strategic policy position statement as an organisation. So that's what I want to get, and we will both want to get from board today.
Thanks, Joyce. I was really keen that we had made some progress and got prompted ahead of May. Just a couple of comments. I did spend some time with the team the other day, and we discussed 2 things. One was a link of this to the CQC way. It seems to me, and you've already said this, Esther, it's got to be an integral part. It should be able to the CQC way, end of. And the second thing is we did talk about the business plan. I've already given a brief update of the discussion we had yesterday, but one of the points we did make is we would like to see the business plan recognise this as a priority for CQC. So we and I talked about it, and we discussed about it in the board yesterday. reverse mentoring or a light version or something, I think, has a part to play, and I would encourage people to look at it. I would just say that you talk about the board. We have to recognise it's quite fluid at the moment. We are recruiting new chief inspectors, who I would have thought would be pretty pivotal to this anyway. Are also recruiting a number of new non-executive directors. The job adverts are out there and interviews will be taking place in the next week or so. So there will be 4, 5, 6 or more new people, including, of course, due to have my own successor. So there's a practical issue we can work through, but I would encourage you, through Julian, to have an early meeting with my successor and just see, particularly given those changes of the board, get him on board and how we take that forward. Otherwise, thank you very much indeed, and we would encourage you to keep prompting us. Thank you. Julian, we have 2 sessions coming up, both reasonably long, but both of which contain material, I think, to varying degrees, quite a bit we've already covered. So can I suggest that for the first one, the report from the executive team, we've all read the paper, so I don't think there's anything you want to highlight or add to, but I won't just go straight to any questions, but it was a pretty comprehensive paper. And then similarly, really, on the performance report update, if we could, the papers there, take it largely as read. Obviously, that covers much more of the business as usual stuff rather than simply the priorities, but nevertheless, the priorities are by definition such an important part. We've discussed a number of things. So I think we'll perhaps find a way of moving through both of those rather more quickly. I think a lot of time put us back on track. So report from the executive team.
Yes.
Anything you want to add?
One thing I would like to add, which is sort of breaking news post these papers being written, which is the appointment of our Chief Inspector of Mental Health, Dr. Aaron Chopra. Aaron is, until very recently, has been the Medical Director of the Mental Health Wellbeing Commission in Scotland, with particular responsibility of the Mental Health Act. He has worked as a psychiatrist in England, New Zealand and Scotland, recipient of the Royal College of Psychiatrists President's Award, highly regarded in his field, and performed very strongly through the whole process, and delighted that we have made that appointment. And while I'm saying that, I also want to thank Chris again, because Chris has taken on and really made done a lot of important things in relation to mental health over this period. And I know, Chris, we've spoken about it, that you'll support Aaron in his work, and but I wanted to put on record my thanks to you for your work on mental health, because I think it's given it a really strong priority for us, and I think important that we've got mental health as one of the 4 Chief Inspector appointments, so thank you. I think perhaps also, Ian, if I may, just to say it's been a big time of change across health and care over the last couple of weeks. We have been involved in and present at some of the key meetings in relation to NHS England, DHSC, meetings of chairs, chief execs of NHS organisations around some of the changes. I was able to give chairs and chief execs assembled in London last week an update on where we are in relation to our key issues and priorities, which was helpful, and also make sure that we're building the relationships with the new team, the transition team under the leadership of Sir Jim Mackey. Thank you.
Okay, can I just, Chris, I don't want to embarrass you, but just add the thanks to the board. I mean, give a bit of context, and it's probably, I'd say 6 months, more like 8 or 9 months ago, that we felt that having greater focus on mental health in the light of what we were doing, including indeed your own work up in Nottingham, really ought to have a greater priority. Obviously, there was a time of change where we didn't have a permanent chief executive, but it was great that Julian embraced the idea. The department was very supportive. That all moved very quickly to the idea, but it's one thing having an idea of it, but we never done it before. So you drew the short straw and trying to run with that. And I think the fact that we've moved so quickly speaks a lot for your willingness to pick it up. So just add, not just Julian, but thanks to the whole board for setting it up and running, and it'll make Aaron's job easier. So thank you. Any questions for Julian on the written report? Stephen.
I just wanted to pick up the bit about local authority assessments. Firstly, because I do think James and his team deserve enormous credit for, in a sort of quiet, calm, professional way, despite everything else going on across the organisation, they've delivered a completely new assessment programme against a new assessment framework, and I think that's really, really impressive. I would like just to understand, and now how are we going to evaluate how well has this worked, particularly picking up from a bit of yesterday's discussion. Are we getting some structured survey evidence back from local authorities? Where is this added value? Where not? Where might it add more value on their own journeys about improvement? And will that come back to the board? I'd just be interested in sort of the evaluation frame for something that I think has been a really impressive achievement.
Right.
I'll come back on that. Yeah, thank you, Stephen. And I'll pass, and let's hope some of them are watching the board meeting to hear that praise of their work. They have done a tremendously good job. It's not insignificant that they're not using regulatory platform for this work. Actually, it's all done on Microsoft Office products, as it were. We are in that phase now of the final 6 or 7 months of the 2-year baselining period. So we are at that stage where lessons from both our own process and its effectiveness are being drawn together, and also we're in discussions with DHSE about the outcome of the baselining and whether the themes that are emerging, and I know at the previous board meetings we've discussed some of those themes, like waiting for access to care, support for family carers, safeguarding concerns, so those and commissioning of care services by local authorities and its impact on providers. So there are strong themes emerging from the small number of reports that we've published, I think 27 so far. The remaining 120 or so will get published between now and April of 2026. And a pattern is emerging, and that pattern we will discuss with the department about whether they would see further work post-baselining for us to do, so revisiting authorities or doing themed work, or whether they would, or whether an improvement agenda, as it were, would be part of our future role. So that's still to be discussed with the department. We've got a process now of doing that over the next 6 months. This work, as you remember, is determined by priorities of the Secretary of State. So in order to go beyond baselining, we will need sign-off of an approach, funding for an approach, and political priorities put into there. All of that will come back to the board. We are talking to the department about a sort of end of process report, independent voice report. Again, that will need agreement, but that's our intention to do that. Just anecdotally, talking to my ex-peers, DASs around the country, the anticipatory work of this work has been enormous. Local authorities everywhere have been increasing their co-production work, talking to providers, trying to get rid of their backlogs, and it's really had a dramatically positive impact, and it's a good example of regulation working effectively, actually, and it shows what CQC can do when we are focused, when the job is relatively properly resourced and so on, and professionally led by experts. It's how we should be right across the service. I'm sure we will be right across the service doing similar work. Thank you.
Thanks, James. I won't repeat what Stephen said, but I was going to raise some of the point just that. I also, because like many people in the organisation, I got copied in on all the reports that we issue, and they are a simple but very intelligible read. So I'd be commended on that. I would also say, you have far more contacts with local authorities than I do, but I have some, and I also hear that anticipatory impact. When we look at how we can achieve improvement, one of the things we know is that if we're about to go in, that can have an impact. Maybe that's lost it's lost a little bit in some of the people who regulate, but in this area, there is no doubt that it has encouraged people to improve. Joyce, I think you wanted to comment, so I'll let you come in first, and then I know Christine had a question. While you've got the mic, and since this is an ET update, you also mentioned in passing yesterday an award that we've been shortlisted for. Do you just want to mention that as well?
I was actually going to respond to Stephen's comment about evaluation, but I will say, just in response to James, the local authority assessment work is led ably by Mary Cridge, and they use the assessment framework, but it's off-platform, but it works. And they have expert inspectors who know the context, who know the services, many of whom have worked in local authorities, and so understand the services in which they are evaluating, and that model works. So that there are things that we need to get right in our broader reg model and assessment framework, and that is having that expertise and using the assessment framework in the right way, with the ability to make it work with the technology that we have. But in answer to your evaluation question, whatever we do in terms of introducing a new regulatory model or assessment framework or anything around how we regulate, we need to evaluate. So the local authority assessments were, when they were piloted, there was an evaluation which fed into improving the methodology. There has been, it's in the paper, a recent research update from IFF, who have evaluated the impact on early assessments, and that's also been fed in to improve how we do local authority assessments. And we will also evaluate the impact when all, is it 152, James? Or is it 154? 153. When all 153 assessments are done, or close to when they're all done, there will be an evaluation of the impact as well. And you're alluding to the Institute of Regulation conference tomorrow, of which there will be announcements on the awards for regulation, and we will look closely to see whether we are mentioned in that tomorrow.
Okay, thank you. Christine.
Thanks. I actually have two things I wanted to raise. The first one is around the local authority assessments, just picking up what else has been said. And in your summary in this report, you didn't mention commissioning practice as an emerging theme and some of the challenges that are faced by providers in relation to that. But you have just verbally stated that, James. So I assume it will be flagged up as one of the themes in future. The main thing I wanted to raise was around the independent care treatment reviews, because looking at these stats, it seems that 25% of the reviews have resulted in a change to the treatment that people are receiving, which means that 75% have not. And I was quite shocked by that. I think I had, these people are probably experiencing the worst experience of care that anybody could, and yet actually those reviews don't seem to have changed very much. And I just wondered, either now or as we move forward, whether we could understand more about why there hasn't been more change there, and whether we can, through the work we're doing, whether we can have any impact on that.
Certainly, and Simon will have a perspective on this actually as an expert, and may want to say something. I mean, you're right about the number, the 25%, there's the 11 of the 44. These are complex care situations for these individuals. So to some degree, there is some inherent difficulty in whether you can reduce the segregation and the seclusion. Nonetheless, I was going to make the point on this, that for those 11 people, their quality of life has fantastically improved for the positive. There is a mirror of this work. This is the National Independent Care and Treatment Reviews. There's a mirror in every ICB of care and treatment reviews going on in partnership with local authorities. And if anything, this work demonstrates to that local work, which to some degree might be less complex, perhaps, that it is possible, even within the difficulties and challenges that you might have of access to local services, care services and health services, it is possible to make an improvement in the quality of life. But you're right, Christine, in having the ambition of sort of 100%. You're right about that. I completely accept that as wanting that to be our ambition. But I think we've probably demonstrated in this process again, conversation with the department about whether it should continue after December when we've dealt with the initial cohort here. But we're probably demonstrating impact both in terms of the individual lives, but also this as a process, necessarily integrated between all the players, as it were, that can help support people's lives. You know, it's worth doing. But I completely accept your challenge that it should be 100%. But it is really difficult to get that, as Simon will no doubt know.
So, I mean, so is the conclusion that those 33 people whose treatment didn't change were getting the right treatment through segregation, or is it that actually the resources and expertise isn't there to enable them to leave segregation?
I think inevitably it's a mixture of that, but I think what you're demonstrating is probably there might be appetite around the board for a more in-depth discussion, because it's absolutely life-affirming and fascinating conversation to be had around the impact of this for this population of people.
Simon, did you want to add?
Yes, for those of you who don't know, I'm a mental health out reviewer in my day job, and I chair independent care and treatment reviews. I've chaired 11 of the 44 we've done, so I'm fairly confident. None of mine, one came out of long-term segregation 3 days before I did the review. I would like to think poking with sticks does help focus people's minds on improving outcomes. And it's a really complex situation. We're now at the stage where we're following up with the people and with their relatives, and I've had some of those conversations. I had a conversation day before yesterday with a relative, and there were 10 recommendations, and 9 of them the relative was able to tell me very clearly what improvements have been made to the person's quality of care. The person is not out of LTS, and the plan is to move them into the community, which Mum is very worried about, because that's gone badly wrong. So I think it's a really complex systemic issue. I think there's a big impact on social care and ICBs working together to provide the placements in the community, because these people end up in hospital mainly because care in the community hasn't worked, and they've either gone into crisis which has been generated by poor quality care, or they've gone into crisis because of life circumstances and the care hasn't been there to support them when their distress caused harm to others, and they've ended up in hospital and they get stuck, and they get stuck for years. I'm the longest person I've reviewed, been in hospital 37 years, most of that time in segregation, mainly self-imposed. I have to say, I know him from my review work, but so big systemic issues. I welcome your suggestion that the board should look at this in more detail. I'm more happy to work with the team on that, because as you can see, I'm as passionate about this as I am about disability issues. So I will shut up at that point, and thanks for your shining the light on that, because obviously it is a very important piece of work, as James said.
Okay, thanks, Simon, and we'll capture that, see whether there's an appetite to have a closer look. I think there is. Thank you very much for that. If I could close that report down. Thank you very much indeed. Let's move on to the Q3 performance report update. As I said, this is kind of a business as usual, having already discussed the priorities, and the information's a little bit out of date for reasons I think the paper explains. Chris, are you handling this alone, or?
Every time I try and get rid of performance, it always keeps coming back to me. So I will. I was hoping to just take any questions, if I'm honest, given that, as you said, we've covered a lot of this in the earlier priorities update, and a lot of it is to be taken as read. Happy to do any updates, but preferably probably take questions, I think.
Okay, questions for Chris. Charmian.
Thanks, Chris. I just one comment I think I should make, that the the risk register that's in this pack isn't reflective of where we're sitting with the risk register at the moment. So I think probably we just need to note that, because the team have done a lot of work to take risk ahead, and this is the old kind of cut of that, and we talked a lot about risk yesterday. I just had a couple, Chris. The FOI requests. What is that? We've talked about what we've found, but what is the specific issue here?
Actually, I was going to almost the same question, but can
Yeah,
we just understand, are we getting lots more in, or are we just finding it difficult with resources to cope with the ones that we're getting?
I think I don't know if Namali, you want to answer this as well, but I think it is a case of increased volume, but
Yeah, I think it's increased volume. I think there may be some resource issues in the team, but I think also the complexity of some of the requests has required more work in terms of review and application of exemptions as well. So I think it's a combination of a few different factors.
So we'll see the trajectory improving going forward, or what have we what's the plan, I guess?
I think we need to do more work to understand those complexity points and align that with the resourcing issue. So I'm not sure we'll necessarily see an immediate improvement, but that's what we need to take away and look at.
Okay, great. And my other one, because we've talked about, as you said, Ian, most of this within the priorities round, is MNSI. We're not hitting our targets there, and in terms of investigations being complete within 6 months, and I just wondered what the plan was there, because we haven't spoken much about it. I don't know if that's one for today or maybe one to come back on, because it has consistently been under target. It would be maybe perhaps one to come back. We did raise it when the report came, and I think there was going to be some looking at the target perhaps, but if maybe next time someone could come back on that, that would be beneficial.
Do you want to comment, Chris? Otherwise we can come back to it.
I couldn't comment on that. I don't know if James or Julian would like to. MNSI.
I mean, we regularly previously had an update from Sandy Lewis, who came to the board periodically to give us the context for this performance. It has been I think it's been a consistent challenge for the team in terms of the throughput, the numbers of investigations recommended to be undertaken. So I don't have the specific answer, but I think it's worth reconsidering that periodic update from MNSI at the board.
Okay.
Thank you.
Just coming back to FOI, actually, I suppose out of a personal perspective, because some of these do come across my desk, either because I'm asked to sign off on them, or they get sent to me as the chair because they get my email rather than going through the proper channels. I'll just make a couple of observations, almost for the benefit of anyone listening. The first is that, I mean, it is sad how many of these are phrased in a way that's prefaced on the basis that we either individually or working with others are conspiring to withhold information. I suspect that's a comment on views on government generally rather than just us, but for the benefit of anyone who might be listening to them, absolutely assure you are committed to transparency, and I hope the sort of discussions we've had on things like the IT discussion earlier on are, you know, we do commit to being transparent, and wherever we can we will. In addition, the second point though is in addition to the complexity that Namali mentioned is we've got to be honest, our record keeping is not great, and that may come up later on. And sometimes what somebody might think is a very simple task actually is not. And if we have to go back over years of multiple systems, it can be extraordinarily difficult or indeed expensive to reply to what might appear to be a very simple request. So I think it's just worth, I'll make that observation to colleagues because I probably see more of it than most of my fellow board colleagues, but also, I say for the benefit of anyone listening, we do try very hard, but it can be quite difficult and complex and potentially costly on occasions. Stephen.
Really helpful report as always. Two I wanted to pick up. The first is the one about colleague sentiment in the culture and people block, because that one seems to have got stuck, and we agreed some time ago in the board that it's really important that we keep tracking up-to-date, regular evidence on staff sentiment. I can only assume this one is actually going back to the Comprehensive Staff Survey, not the Pulse Survey, but we really, really need to bring back in to this performance reporting dashboard, up-to-date, regular, reliable evidence of staff sentiment, because it is so important that we as a board understand how our colleagues feeling. The other one I wanted to pick up, because I thought it was kind of interesting, was the one about number of assessments. Where is it? It was here somewhere. Sorry, number of, there it is. Quality statements average per assessment, because this one has doubled within a year. We're now doing double the number of quality statements per inspection that we were doing a year ago. Is that deliberate, or has that kind of just happened as teams have got used to working with the assessment framework? Do we know which indicators they're choosing and why? And do we think at some point we need to start trying to shape this? Penny Dash did recommend we put more focus on the effectiveness of outcomes, and I don't know whether this increase in the quality statements is getting us to that greater focus on the effectiveness of outcomes. What's going on in this indicator?
Who would like to? James?
I mean, I think it's an interesting point. We're tracking this for information at one level, and Joyce will have a sort of policy-led answer to this. But from a practitioner point of view, in terms of social care, in a way, I'm not surprised by the increase from that particular period to now, given the journey that the platform has been on and our assessment capability over that time. I think when you look at social care, the average actually is 17. So obviously social care volume is probably driving some of the number. Inspectors are picking the statements they feel they need based on the task in hand. So whether that's a comprehensive, as it were, assessment based on risk, or whether it is something that's more targeted and just looking at a couple of statements to update. So that's what's driving it. I think in that sense, Stephen, it's not accidental. It is based on people's judgment as to what's needed for a particular assessment, and to translate that into inspection and rating as needed. But I think it probably merits a whole further discussion as to the quality statements themselves, which Joyce's review, I guess, strategically is looking at in any case as part of the enablers to change. So I'm confident, I'd be confident from my point of view, Chris Taziki, that staff are picking the right statements and doing that. But it's one for observation rather than, it's not a performance. The performance is, are you doing the right piece of regulatory work for what you're trying to achieve, rather than which statements have you used, as it were, I think.
If I may, Chair, I think this might be worth sort of exploring a bit further. Firstly, it surely does have consequences for the work that Suzanne and Chris are doing on what is a productivity ambition going to look like, because the more quality statements we have per inspection, presumably the longer they will take. So this is one of several dimensions in trying to get our heads around what is an appropriate ambition for volume of assessments, given that our assessments are becoming more intensive. The other one is kind of, you may be right that our colleagues are choosing absolutely all of the right indicators for all of the best reasons, or they may be choosing the ones they feel comfortable with. And I simply don't know. But, you know, again, I've got in my head something that felt quite important as a recommendation from Penny Dash, and she's not the only one who was raising this. Are CQC inspections actually focusing on the right things? Because the quality indicators are our mechanism for focusing or not on the right things. So I think it's kind of worth some evaluation. Why are our teams choosing these particular indicators, and should that be something we have a view on?
Joyce, do you want to comment? I don't know whether Julian wishes as well, but I'll come to you first, Joyce.
So I would agree with Stephen that we should actually do some analysis on what indicators are we choosing and why. And I do agree with James, as in they're probably doing it's an observant thing that you look at in terms of what quality statements they choose, as in they are doing it in response to the professional judgment on risk. So both apply; they're not mutually exclusive, and it's very important for us to understand what we're looking at. The issue of if you do more, it takes longer, actually is no, we're not finding that. The hybrid approach that we are doing in operations looks at all 33, and it's a lot quicker. So there's something about, and Esther might want to add, that the technology has been a hindrance. The process of collecting evidence and using that evidence and answering the questions in the quality statements actually doesn't multiply the more that you use. It's about being smarter in what you do, what you collect, and how you do it to answer those processes. So it doesn't automatically take longer if you do more. The issue that Penny has raised in terms of what do we look at in terms of effectiveness and outcomes, that's not a question of the what, that is a question of the how. So even if we had 5, 10, 15 quality statements, you would still need to adopt different quality indicators so that we can start looking at outcomes. The regulations themselves are like systems and processes. They answer the question of, have you done this? And they're more a compliance check. What Penny is saying is that our regulation has to move beyond just pure regulations and move into this sphere of what is the effectiveness of care, what do we know about outcomes of care and people's experiences, and that means we have to develop better quality indicators around our quality statements. Does that help to explain it? There's a sort of layer and layering about, you've got one step of regulations, then you've got your quality statements, but then you need to say, are we asking those right questions, those cute questions that say, what are people's experiences and what are people's outcomes as well? And we have to do that work. We really have to move from where we are as a regulator and really start focusing on safety, effectiveness and outcomes and people's experiences.
Thanks. Chris.
No.
So Chris Day's got a hand up as well. I'll talk about Chris TK.
No, thanks, Ian. What I was just going to add to what Joseph have said is, so for the hybrid approach, we have been encouraging people to do all the quality statements because, one, we wanted a comprehensive assessment of those services and also to enable us to do the ratings and also to help us to do the evaluation as well, so we understand exactly what we're doing when we evaluate. So you will see maybe that the average has gone up because we are actually encouraging people to do the full quality statements, and it's not taking longer, like Josh said. Actually, it's much quicker than what you'd expect.
Krista, you wanted to comment, and then I had a question, and then perhaps we'll close it.
I was always going to repeat exactly what Chris has just said. So the feedback I've had from talking to the team that are doing this work is that it's actually working better to try and complete a comprehensive assessment that changes a rating. And actually, as Joyce and Chris have both said, it doesn't add more time. It actually makes a better rating and a better report for people who use services. So I wouldn't think we don't think this is as functionally linking in more time. I think this is us settling into a better rhythm of how we assess organisations and provide an update for the public that is meaningful.
Thanks, Chris. Can I just ask a question about how we're prioritising where we're doing inspections? I mean, we've debated over my time at the board, whether we've got that balance of philosophy right, which is still something I think we needs to be picked up in the future. But sitting here today, we know we're not doing enough assessments. We're trying to increase it. We've talked about ensuring that's not doing more at the expense of quality, so we need to keep the quality up. But we've got a metric out in the public that is the average age of ratings, which is going up because of the current level. But we also recognise that we have tendered over the years to focus on areas that we think are highest risk, because that best serves our mandate of keeping people safe. But there's obviously a tension, at least a potential tension. So I just wonder, in this transitional phase, while we're not doing enough in terms of volume, how we're approaching the assessment and getting the right balance between trying to get average age of ratings down if we can, whilst at the same time we are looking at the areas of highest risk. I don't know who would be best placed to answer that as a question? James, looks like you're going to.
Shall I have a go first, and then Joyce can give the correct answer after I've had a go, and I'm mainly speaking from a social care perspective. But it's worth, isn't it, remembering that the board, I think it was it March last year, in 24, when we were ambitious for 16,000 assessments, we had said at that point that we wanted to shift the ratio from a largely risk-based approach from a 70-30 risk versus a frequency to the other way round, 70% frequency and 30% risk, and we were anticipating the mechanism working properly, and we quickly found, because of the issues around the technology, that we in fact reversed the 16,000 to 5,000 in the summer. We published I can't remember when exactly it was, but Chris Day was instrumental in us making a public statement of bringing that number down from an unrealistic number to a more realistic number. And in fact, the frequency statement that we'd made at that time, which was 70-30 with 4% aimed at trying to look for outstanding, 4% of our resources, quickly became unrealistic. I don't think we have published an updated version of that ambition for this coming year, but we have in the work that Chris is leading on assessment, sort of upscaling, and I'm speaking again about the social care part. There is now a plan developed that will be a mixture of trying to deal with the 3.9 years is the frequency sort of average, to try and bring that down by targeting particular situations where either we know that provider is, that we have information and evidence that a provider is sort of ready for a change, for example, from RI to good, or where we know that we've got a particular approach that we might take, for example, in social care for home care, where we've got a potential model about doing more frequent home care inspections, and those kind of, as it were, non-risk based but functional based approaches might then change that frequency. But I don't think we've made a statement, Joyce, of frequency for 25-26, which would change the risk profile that we had adopted last time, which was 70.
Maybe we should comment, Joyce, but perhaps I would suggest that, having talked previously about a business plan and the number of assessments and links and everything else, it's something should be addressed there as to if we are still not going to be able to get up to the number we'd really like to bring all ages down, how we're going to address the prioritisation issue. But Joyce, if people are happy with that, let's capture that as an action. But anything you want to add?
So James, you're not wrong, and there's nothing too much that I want to add to what James has said. I would say that if we're saying what our priorities now, we are risk-based. We have been since COVID, and we are risk-based now. But what we want to do as an organisation is to become more risk-informed and more predictive, because the last thing a regulator wants to do is to arrive too late and point out problems that people already know. So we have to become more risk-informed, and we have to have more predictive data and analysis that helps us, as well as looking at outstanding and innovative care, so that we can spread adoption and good practice across different services. So we have to make that shift. As Julian has pointed out, we're not there yet, and we've got things to do in terms of the way we work, and absolutely have to enable more assessments. But that shift has to happen, and it has to happen probably at greater speed than we are doing now, and we need to think about over the next year. The Section 46 statement, which is about how frequently go out and in what period we go out, we have a statutory duty to declare that, and I'll be working with Namali policy legal colleagues and reg leadership to say, when can we make that statement? I think we have to make it really soon. We are in a place where we're not actually clear ourselves what we can do and how we can do it, but we can talk about an interim position so that providers are clear about our intentions around priorities and the frequency by which we may want to look at services.
Okay, thanks. Well, as I say, perhaps leave it up to the management to think about that. If it's okay, unless there's any more burning questions, let's move on from that. Simon, over to you. We allowed some time from hearing from our networks. It's down to you this time. So I have no idea what you're going to say. This has been rehearsed, but I leave it up to you. But we have sort of 20 minutes or so allotted, so we'll leave you to make your remarks, and then be useful, I think, to leave some time for questions as well, if we could. So over to you.
Forgot. But Ian feels better now. Thanks for welcoming me to the board and this opportunity. I really enjoyed yesterday and today. I'm one of the co-chairs of the Disability Equality Network. I'm also an inclusive mentor. It's now called inclusive mentoring, not reverse mentoring, so I correct my colleagues. And that's been a really positive experience, so it was good to hear about that in the session on racism. I think I have got some comments, and I'm happy to take some questions. I think, and I don't think, Julian, this is your first board, but I do want to say how you have come into the organisation from the Equality Network point of view. I think you mentioned Den within your second sentence in your opening call, so that made me very happy. But just the way you've engaged with all the equality networks and obviously the staff forum has been very welcome. It set a very positive tone. I think Kate said that when she took over as interim chief exec, put some stuff in about all colleague calls and accessibility because we were flagging some issues with that, and James took that on. So you were carrying on what other people have started, but you've taken that forward, and that's been set a really warm and positive tone. So, and we've heard a lot over the last couple of days about engagement with staff on lots of issues. I'll touch on some of them, but there's a real tone from an Equality Network point of view that staff are being engaged with and listened to, and that's coming across. So that is really good. One of my hobby horses, Jackie will know, is accessibility. So I can't not mention this. I think we've made huge progress. I mean, I thank Jackie for some of the work she's been doing on that. We've got workplace passports in place and well embedded, and I think our third iteration of the workplace adjustment library. And I think that's made a huge difference in people, everybody trying to get a workplace passport in place, whether they have a protected characteristic or not, because they may acquire that, they may get caring responsibilities or something, so that's been a really good thing to see. Also, a really niche issue that Jackie and I have worked on is about support officers. There's 3 of us in the organisation who have support officers funded by Access to Work. Traditionally, the CQC stance, so they had to be freelance or agency. That didn't work. And Jackie and Hannah really tried to move that forward. And now we have these support officers employed directly by CQC, but funded by Access to Work. And I'll let Jackie know, Access to Work are paying the bills for my support officer, so she'll be very relieved about that. And that's made a huge change for a very small group of us that need that the support. Most of us have support for half our working week, and that's made a huge difference for me, and especially chairing ICTRs because of the amount of note-taking involved. So thanks for Jackie for that. And there's been a lot of work about accessibility and involving the networks in changes to the organisation. I do have a challenge for you though. I think accessibility is still something of an afterthought, and I want to make a challenge as we talk about rebuilding CQC. It's about building it in from the foundations up. I think you probably heard of universal design in terms of the standards for buildings, like this building, for example, wheelchair accessible, braille signs, all sorts of things. And I would want us to look at how we would universally design CQC to be accessible, so that when you ask people if you've got any reasonable adjustment, people say no because you're going to do it anyway, or there's very few of those, and we're still asking people to repeat. And if I go to something, I usually have to spend half an hour looking at accessibility. And if we know how many disabled colleagues, half an hour times X is an awful lot of time that we're not spending doing the job because people are talking about accessibility. So in terms of productivity, Chris, that's a hint for you to help with that. So that's one of the challenges I want to put to you. CQC Way conference went down really well. There was a very positive feeling in the room, and lots of people picked that up and reported it back to us as our network chairs. I think people are looking for actions, and people do realise it's going to take time, and that's a challenge from an internal comms point of view, that they don't want to make the same mistakes we made last time, but they want to see things happen. I think obviously Peter Gill's report will be instrumental in that. There were some challenges in terms of accessibility, but they were generally addressed, but it varied venues. I was at Bristol, worked really well. Some people in Manchester found it a too big a venue with some sound issues. Other people found venues cramped and they couldn't get the space if they were neurodivergent and wanted to get out. So still, but generally those things went down really well. The platform, the IT platform, in terms of making comments, was a bit of an issue for people who use screen readers. Maybe there's some a pluralism in capturing feedback might have helped there. I do want to speak about the Peter Gill report, although I haven't read it. I didn't have a chance to speak earlier because it was a lot of discussion. I think the networks really welcomed how Peter Gill engaged with them over this. They definitely felt very listened to, and the high profile to health and safety and staff well-being in the report and in the recommendations is really welcome. I think the anxiety is about how will you engage with the Quality Networks and Staff Forum on rebuilding the system, and I think we will look with anticipation at your action plan on how you're going to do that. And obviously my comments yesterday about accessibility in terms of building it in rather than trying to fix it after you build the system is something that I think is important. There have been a couple of recent incidents about leaks of personal information to outside media, which some of you might be aware about, impacting on two members of staff in particular. This was personal information that staff shared internally as part of Black History Month and our Wellbeing Week, and it wasn't designed outside CQC because it's very personal, and there was a lot of negative feedback on social media with the agenda, what is the CQC doing, spending money on this when it can't do its day job right. And I think from Equality Network's point of view, this is quite a difficult time in the international scene. DEI is a really bad word across the pond. A lot of people being completely wiped out. And this makes people who are non-white, male or heterosexual feel very nervous and very anxious. So life outside CQC is challenging for some people who represent minority communities, in case of women, not minority communities. And I think it's really important that the board and CQC and leaders really carry on doing what you're doing in terms of really signing up to being an anti-racist organisation that we heard, supporting our LGBT plus colleagues as you did, Julian, was it last week or the week before with History Month. Those high-profile things are really important because it really reassures staff that this is being taken seriously. So I welcome your continued commitment and support of that. I do want to talk about recruitment. we've had a recent meeting about recruitment following a report. I think, to be fair, the Equality Networks were a little bit underwhelmed by it. Jackie knows because we had a full and fat discussion. In terms of, it really seemed to go with the status quo, competent-based interviewing, which people with protected characteristics have found really challenging. And it's about how well you are at doing competency-based interviewing rather than your ability to do the actual job. I think there's a really keen move to look at how we're doing recruitment. I know that's an ongoing piece of work, and looking at how we assess people for jobs, but how we support our staff to move on within the organisation, I think is really important. And how do we make sure that people are successful in moving on and getting promotion and that sort of thing? And I know from my own experience, the idea of going outside of CQC to get another role with all the support I've had in place is not something I want to do, especially if you've got a support officer, because that's quite difficult. So I do think it's about that. And I think the other part of that is that people who meet benchmark but haven't got the highest score are put on a ICE, people call it, waiting for opportunity, but then they don't get offered them because the recruiting managers don't look at their list and go out to campaign again and spend money on another campaign when they might have people already recruited who might be able to do the role or do the role with development, and we may save money on a recruitment campaign but also support people to develop. So I think there's some work to be done on that. And I think there are the career conversations happening, but how do they help people move forward apart from, like my manager said, keep applying for grade A roles? Well, I have 4 times. I think there's more to do on supporting people to progress. My last comment, been fairly brief for me, is about accessibility of board papers. I would just make the comment, can we avoid abbreviations and speaking and apply CQC style about easy read, use of English and that sort of thing. I still don't know what a second level, whatever that is. So I think most of the time I managed to get my head around it, but there's still some, so I think it's really important that we do that using plain English. I've had to really work really hard at that in writing ICTR reports because of trying to explain what is going on and not use assumptions and stuff. So that will be my final plea, and I think I'll draw it to a close at that point. So
Simon, thank you very much indeed. I mean, as with some of your predecessors, it's really helpful to the non-executive members of the board to have direct feedback. So really appreciate that. It's great to know the sort of positive, but you've also put down some challenges. We haven't got time, and I think it's appropriate to ask the management to respond to individual stuff, but we've captured them, we'll take them away. We've got time probably for a couple of questions. I mean, Julie, I don't know if you have any high-level observation you wish to make, and then perhaps time for a couple of questions if people have any.
Yeah, thanks. Simon, that was great kind of set of reflections, really, really helpful. I'm struck by the sort of what feels like a very vibrant and engaged group of equality networks in this organisation, which is a real positive. And it's quite exciting, actually, for me to be able to engage and have a sense of how we can frame a culture which is one that is all-inclusive. And indeed, you referenced the sort of societal headwinds at the moment. Feels psychologically safe, feels a place where people can express themselves, can be themselves, can realise their potential. All of those things can make such a difference to people's lives. I think that, as we want to do with the sectors that we regulate. So I think the sum of the parts with the equality networks is is great. It feels very positive. I think there's always good challenge as well to keep us thinking and keep us grounded and focused on what we can do and change. And I just say, encourage to continue the dialogue and the conversation, and some of the specifics you mentioned, recruitment, issues around accessibility, board papers. I like the idea of the universal approach, building it in. That made me think a lot about how we approach some of the work we're planning to do. But no, really appreciate it, and again, thank you for your reflections on the IT review as well, because I think we hope to make sure we've got a sense of doing justice to what colleagues said to Peter, so that we can then move on to the plan that Esther will lead, but in consultation and engagement with you and your colleagues in the networks.
Any time for a couple of questions or comments if people wish to make them? Anybody? Christine. Sorry.
Thanks, thank you, Simon, for that. It was very helpful, and I think the slots, we've had about 4 or 5 of these slots now with different people from different equality networks, and they have all given us real insight. And you've taken us through a whole range of different issues, as Julian said, both positive and negative about how it is. That's an insight that we as non-execs particularly wouldn't get otherwise. So thank you for that. I just wanted to ask you, it's not sort of directly related to your equality network experience that you're bringing here, but you've said to a couple of us that coming to yesterday's board and today's board has given you a real insight that you didn't have before into how the board functions and the role and profile of non-exec members. And I just wondered, I suspect that we as non-execs particularly appear quite remote and inaccessible to the majority of our colleagues, whether that's part of their network or not. And I just wondered if you've got any thoughts on how we can become more accessible and more available and learn more and take on board more of your issues.
Yes, I think, this has been a learning experience to see that sometimes grilling from the non-execs of the executive and the board members, I think that has been good, and that's been really good to see. I think, as a frontline member of staff, we don't really hear about what the non-execs do. We're used to grilling non-execs if we're frontline staff in NHS Trust, but not how they work within the organisation. I know there's a piece of work still to be done on executive sponsors of the networks, because at the moment we don't have executive sponsors, and that's totally understandable because of the fluid state of the board. Our executive sponsor was Esther's predecessor, who was fabulous. He was a really good support to me individually and us as a network. So I would welcome moving back to executive sponsors at the right point in the evolution of this board. But I just wondered if there's a role for NEDs in that. I'm looking at your workload. I don't know how you would fit it in, but Shamian, but I think there's something about whether NED could be involved in the quality networks in some way if there was capacity to do that, because I think that would be a way of keeping plugged in, but obviously that's a board decision. But that, you asked me what I thought, so that's my response.
It just specifically on that again, leave Julian to think about it. But it was something we were looking at and planning to do probably about a year ago, but it just got overtaken by events. The other observation I make, Christine, is this is the second body in the health and care system that I've chaired. And even though in the last case we didn't have anything like the same open forum in public board meetings, people would come if they wanted, but nobody did. So on the one hand, we did less, but I have to say all the NEDs are much more accessible, and the single difference was office-based as opposed to home-based, So when we come into the office, if we could walk around the building and meet people, then that would be much easier. And it is much more difficult. And I don't have a solution to that, and it pervades other things as well. Anyway, Mark, so question for you.
And I would just emphasise the importance and agree with the importance of executive sponsors, because I think when we had a higher level of direct engagement with the with the network chairs in the past, one of the problems was that executive level issues, frankly, were just being escalated to us, and that wasn't kind of the right pathway. So I think we had a proposed model for how it might work, with potentially when the chairs get together, that seemed to be the network chairs collectively got together, that seemed to be a right forum with the executive sponsors there for us potentially to have a role. But, you know, we can't be sort of quasi-executive sponsors, because I think it just sets expectations out of whack. The issues are escalated to us that we're not in a position to actually influence or deliver on. So as the work progresses with executive sponsors, as the team crystallises, I think that would be really helpful to build in some non-exec involvement, because we'd love to be involved. It just wasn't working with the model that we had before.
Thanks very much, Mark. Charlotte, the last question.
I just wanted to say thank you as well. I know it's really hard when you come in the first time. I remember my first public board, and it's quite daunting, but you've done a really great job of giving us some insight today, so thank you for that. And can I just take the second to explain the second line of assurance? So if you think about risk, we have a risk, say a risk of health and safety to our people, and then we have controls or mitigating actions that are in place to stop that risk occurring. What we need to do is have what are called 3 lines of assurance that make sure that that control is working effectively. The first line sits with the management, so the people who are looking after the people in your team, that's your first line. Your second line, if you take health and safety, would be a health and safety function, your people function, and the things you do independently but internally. So we're talking about what functions we have internally that oversee others but are independent to that function. And then your third line are independent auditors like GIA. So you need all 3 lines of assurance to be working effectively. So what we were saying this morning is we've got a good third line with our new auditor, but we need to get the other 2 lines working strongly, particularly that second one, who can work at arm's length but internally. So
okay, thank you, that's really helpful.
Thanks, Sharmi, and I hope the hundreds of people listening found that helpful as well. Let's pause at this stage. Looking at the end, I'm not quite sure why we ended up with a break and a very long morning after about 3 hours, but I only spotted that this morning, and you can't change it at the last minute because people are coming in and out. Let's take a break. If we can try and be back at 12 or soon after, that'd be really helpful. I did say there's one other thing I want to slot in, but we'll aim to make sure we finish by 1:30. Okay? Well, welcome back, everybody. Thanks to my colleagues for drinking their coffee so quickly here. Just before we move back to the formal agenda, just say that we did spend a considerable amount of time on the IT report this morning. It is going to be made public. I think it is right, and Chris, I'm looking at you today in terms of communications, if we could just make it clear to the outside world that the board did, as expected, to consider the report. They welcomed it. We accepted all of the, acknowledged all of the findings, and we endorsed the proposed actions that we heard from the management and added some points that we would like to see taken account of in the future planning. I think that's quite important, since we did that just to make the point that the board has accepted and endorsed it. We weren't formally asked to, but I think in the circumstances that's important. Let's move on to the formal agenda. So if we could, as I said earlier, please try and make sure we do keep exactly the time, if that's okay. So Jackie, I think it's to you. We have a quarterly people and culture report. We have read it, but I'm sure there's points you want to highlight, and then we'll go straight to questions.
Yeah, just a few updates from me. Now, I've looked at this through the lens of our priorities and colleague support. So the first...
So do you have your mic on, Jackie?
It is on. Yeah. So the first one is around our operational recruitment. So our head count for inspector assessor is 1,003, and the current recruitment campaigns should get us to that figure of 1,003. We will continue on with the recruitment by way of a pipeline, but what that will do will support colleagues already in teams by increasing capacity and also help for the forward planning of performance. That will be underpinned by a review with ops colleagues of induction and ongoing support and training. We've also implemented and are using new job advert boards that are looking specifically at geographical opportunities and EDI to support our EDI strategy. So like I say, that has been really quite positive, and it's been a long time since we've been in touch and distance of getting to our head count. In addition to that, the work that we're undertaking at the moment of consultation on the new inspection job description should also see an increase in inspectors for those colleagues who are assessors at the moment but want to move across and are willing to move across into inspector role. So the combination of that should positively improve and contribute towards performance and planning and the filling of teams, so that actually we've got that teamwork and we've got that team building, and colleagues can work together on that. Linked to that, equally as important for existing colleagues is our focus on supporting absence. You know, recognising the challenges that colleagues have experienced over, several months. It will no doubtedly impact mental and physical well-being, and really working with line managers on how we support colleagues back into the business. Regular reviews, reasonable adjustments, workplace passports, working with our staff networks and EDI colleagues in terms of best practice. So again, a dual fold in terms of absolutely the right thing to do from a colleague perspective, but also giving colleagues, that purpose, clarity, belonging, engagement, and actually hope for the future will impact both mental and physical health. So we absolutely need to keep the momentum going on that. And with that, the real focus on well-being, that we can sustain that support, be innovative in the support, and be proactive in what we are supporting colleagues with as we go through our priorities. So happy to take any questions, but they were the three linked activities that we are certainly working on from the People Pack at the moment.
Okay, Jackie, thanks for the paper and the update. Questions or comments? I'll come to you first, Joyce, but then Charmin.
It's just a comment which Jackie is aware of. In the paper and the slides, it talks about having a target number for race and disability colleagues. We don't have a target in the sense that we will be the equivalent of the target population. That's the threshold at which we want to go above. I don't care if we have 100% people from different backgrounds or different disabilities, but it's not a target as in we will match it and then we will go no further. So it just needs to be corrected in forthcoming papers.
Okay, thanks very much. We'll do that. Charmian and then James.
Thanks, Jackie, for a really useful paper. Couple from me. One, not a question for today, but if we could reflect on it for the update in May. We talk about our minority ethnic colleagues within the pack, but there's a couple of areas where things are off kilter. So one is the vouchers. So it was great to see that that was sort of in line with our colleague proportions in terms of the other protected characteristics, but it wasn't in terms of race. So if we can understand that one, but also while we are seeing increases in the proportion of our colleagues that come from minority ethnic groups. We're seeing a decrease in positions of influence. So if we can have a chat about that in the round as well, and what Nadia is pulling together, that would be fantastic. In terms of sickness and well-being, it's really great to hear you talk about that, because it's an issue, as you know, we've been worried about for some time, and I think Julian reflected on this earlier in terms of psychological safety and the importance of it. One of the things that struck me is that the sickness relating to stress is high, but also colleagues with protected characteristics are higher in every instance, which points to a psychological safety issue. So I think that's something we should have a look at as well, if we can, please. And then the final point, and I have raised this before, and it's just one of those ones that maybe you can shed some light on for me. We have a stat that shows that 324 of our colleagues, so 10% odd of our workforce, is that right? About 10%, are absent 1 month in every 6, but our long-term sickness is only 4%. So we've got colleagues that aren't on long-term sick that are taking the equivalent of 1 in 6 months off. So I think we need to understand that, because that would double our long-term sick, or we've got people who are off for long periods of time not on long-term sick. I don't understand the 10% number relative to the 4%, and it could all just be tied into the round. So if we can, if we can, I think that sickness piece would be useful. Thank you.
So we'll capture the first point. James, you want to add?
Well, I just wanted to place on record some thanks actually to the people teams for the recruitment work that's been underway. I think it's really impressive to have got ourselves to a position where we are within sight of getting to the right level of establishment, particularly in the operations. And I know that my colleagues in Reg Leadership and others have been sort of leaning into that process of helping to shortlist. So it's taken an enormous effort, I know, outside of the people team, alongside the people team, but without that real focus they've given, we wouldn't be in with a chance to now turn the performance of the organisation. Thanks.
Thanks, June.
Simon, did you want to add?
Yeah, just to slightly take Sharmia's point further about stress related sickness and people, disabled colleagues and colleagues with protected characteristics having a higher level of stress, sickness, to make the point that stress, that's only indicating people who are absent because of stress. Stress affects people's physical health, and if you've got a long-term health condition, they may be absent because of their physical health condition, but it may be related with stress but not recorded as that. So I think that's probably an under-recording of the impact of stress. So I think that means it's really important that we get to the bottom of stress-related sickness, because not all stress-related sickness is reported as such, because it exacerbates people's long-term health conditions. So that's the point I wanted to make.
Yeah, thanks, Simon. I'm sure, absolutely right. So we should capture that. Any other questions? Stephen?
It's a really helpful report so far as it goes. All of these are important and valuable data and indicators. But the paper calls itself a People and Culture Assurance Report. And if I ask, well, what as a board member would I like to be assured about in the people and culture domain, it would go some way beyond this. I'd quite like to be assured about management practices. What do we know about whether all of our people are getting appraisals, and do they find them valuable? I'd like to know quite a lot more about productivity. What do we know? Suzanne, I think, is developing a data set on productivity. I'd certainly like to know about staff engagement and staff sentiment and how it relates to culture. So I just wonder whether there's sort of a bit of a stand back to say, what ought the board to be being assured about, and do we have indicators that would give us some insight in getting that assurance? Because this is really helpful, but it's kind of only part of the picture about how well are we deploying our staff resource and how well motivated and engaged are our staff in the organisation.
Jackie, do you want to respond? I might ask Julian to respond as well.
I would agree with that, Stephen. And I think even without your comments, this pack has been, our first step into it because there was nothing, not much over a year ago. So it was all a bit of finger in the air. So I think, we've had this running for a few months, we've had feedback, and I think probably in the next few months it's time to review it. Exactly that. And we might say, well, actually, some items will come a bit longer in duration, and we will have a standard agenda which we can all sign up to. And also that might make the data more meaningful as well, looking at, the duration and what's important at the time as well, because it's been pretty stagnant. But I think it's time to look at it in the round.
Julian?
Yeah, I agree with that, Stephen. I mean, just a couple of things to respond to. I think on appraisal, I was surprised that we don't have an appraisal approach that's across the whole organisation that we can see and track and use positively, both in terms obviously of objective setting and also personal development plans. And also, once we have the CQC way defined, the way people work, we can track that, we can use that as part of an appraisal process. So we did have a discussion about this at our last executive team meeting. I think we all agreed that that's desirable, and we asked Jackie and the team to have a look at that and come back with some proposals on that. So I do expect to see that improving, taking shape. And on the sentiment, I'm always a bit wary of asking people too often, but I want to make sure we've got a tracker of kind of where we are in relation to how colleagues are feeling, because some of the feedback I've had is, can we have more, to quote someone you'll be familiar with, a little less conversation, a little more action in terms of some of the kind of momentum we build. So I think there's a point about the frequency and timeliness of that sort of culture checkpoint, sentiment survey, staff engagement feedback, but I think there's some important stakes in the ground on actual improvements to the processes that we do and deliver that we want to kind of get into. So more to come on this.
Thanks, Julian. If that's okay, Jackie, thank you very much indeed. And there's some points to capture and pick up going forward. We have another paper from you as well on mandatory learning. This was a specific request from the board for an update on where we are. I think the paper is reasonably self-explanatory. If there's anything you wish to add, can you let us know, and then we'll go to questions. I know there was one question that Mark was going to ask you, and you may respond almost without asking, about where we are on the bullying and harassment policy.
So just as a recap, and we've had the conversation around mandatory training, a few times over the last few months, but just as a reminder, the current cycle starts on the 1st of April and ends on the 31st of March. So that gives colleagues 12 months in which to complete all the modules of the mandatory training. This approach, we know, is problematic. It's difficult to track, and if it is left to the last minute, it becomes more of a task than it needs to. And we want to assure ourselves that colleagues are completing the mandatory training that we've set out. So from the 1st of April this year, we will mandate training that has to be concluded in quarters. So quarter 1 through to quarter 4, we will be clear about the topics that have to be completed in a 12-week period. We will report on that. We'll use Chris Day's team in terms of comms, regular reporting to line managers, and follow up, and it will be smaller chunks to manage. I think that will also support colleagues and managers in the way they approach this, whether it would be some type of team event, individual protected time, but by doing it smaller, it will be manageable. So that is the proposal, which will start on the 1st of April. And to your point, Mark, next week will be the launch of the bullying and harassment training, and that will be in Q1 as mandated, to be completed in the first 12 weeks of the next financial year, along with business continuity. As a side, not dissimilar to the people pack, we are also going to look at the relevance and whether it's still right for us, the mandatory training we already have, and also what, if anything, we need to add to it. And Joyce and I have had conversations around all colleagues to undertake some type of mandatory training on regulation. So sort of like, you know, that sort of like foundation level and an awareness. And I'm sure there'll be other topics that ET colleagues want to consider. So in terms of mandatory training, I think we're going into next year in a much stronger position than we've maybe been over the last year to 18 months. And I think as well, notwithstanding, we know in terms of the priorities that colleagues have had, and sometimes when things aren't reported on or tracked as much, they're sometimes lost because there are other priorities that take preference. So that's the proposal for mandatory training.
Okay, thanks, Jackie. I'll come to you, Mark, if any follow-up on that, and then Sharmid.
Thanks. Yeah, and it's great to hear that is happening, because I think we've pushed for that for quite a long time. It's been a very big gap, and very obvious gap, and unfortunately, it's one where we have live issues. So it's not that we haven't done it because we have no bullying and harassment in our organisation. We do. And it's absolutely key to to an inclusive culture, and it's key to psychological safety, so some of the things that we're actually trying to push very hard on the cultural side. So hopefully that will help. I also want to sort of focus on consequence management. The sanctions for non-completion, anyone who doesn't do it is ineligible for any funded learning opportunities. That's not the heaviest sanction I've seen. In plenty of other places I've worked, you wouldn't get a pay rise. You would, it would be much more significant. You wouldn't get a bonus. It'd be much more significant real impacts than that. So I think we need to have another look at that as well. How can we? What levers do we have, and are we using all of them to ensure that there's proper consequence management? League tables for managers showing how their team, those being handed round at executive teams are pretty powerful. Being able to do that quarterly is definitely definitely the right way to do that. You do a theme by quarter, and that's absolutely the way to do it. But we need to create much more pressure for people to understand that that's important. I think if you get that right, also it stops the risk of everyone deciding that every topic requires mandatory training. I mean, these are things that should have serious consequences for people if they haven't done it. These are things that we absolutely need people to do. It's essential to work here, to know and understand the standards we set around bullying and harassment, the standards we set around IT security and acceptable use. Those are all things that you need to follow, because you're the guardians, the individual guardians of significant risk. If it becomes a bit too loose, it's kind of just, here's something that we think you should know. I don't have a problem with that being part of our training suite, but it should not have the same consequences. So I think you can keep the block, making sure that there are real consequences for not doing the really important stuff. Also keeps that list honest, because it's stuff that where those serious consequences seem proportionate and appropriate for the failure.
We capture that as something that needs to be looked at, Mark. Sharmid, you want to speak, and then Esther. I know it's probably all we've got time for, but let's take them both together and then see if either Jackie or Julian want to have a response to the points raised. But Sharmid, you next.
I just want to start by saying well done to the team and for everyone who's done the training, because since we looked at this last time, we've seen a really big improvement. So, and that's not in a time that hasn't been really busy for everyone. So well done to the team for chasing it. Well done to everyone for getting it, because it is important. I mean, there's important topics on here. So that's great. Also, really welcome what you said, Jackie, about looking at what we do in the training. So just to pick an example, and it's not to undermine where we've got to, but knowledge and information management, we've got great results, but we've just got an audit back saying that we're really struggling with our people, and Esther's going to deal with this to sort of manage knowledge and information. So it's about, as you've said, looking at, is the training fit for purpose, so that we know that we're doing it, and they can be some quite useful levers when we get these assurances. Likewise with health and safety, it would be really good to, we updated the health and safety policy last year. The back of it contains a whole lot of risks. Doing a cursory check to say, does our foundation training adequately cover our risks, would be an important kind of cross-check. And then finally, just to clarify, bullying and harassment, there was some thinking at one point in time it would be managers only. Can we just get some assurance that it's going to be everybody? Thank you.
Esther, you wanted to comment or question?
Yeah, thank you. And Charmin, you mentioned a couple of things there that I was going to refer to, but just to say, I think, you know, your comments, Jackie, around the content as being reflected is really important, because for me there's an opportunity for us to triangulate this with, for example, our incidents. So how do we know that our training is effective, and what other data do we have that will give us that wider picture? It's great that we have our kind of stats around completion, but also the reasons why colleagues do these things. So, for example, the knowledge and information management training is required in order for anyone to be able to access our systems. So it's mandated, and it only happens once. And so the fact that we've got a great kind of completion rate in that, I'm not surprised about at all, because we mandate that people have to do that before we give them access to our systems. However, is that really representative and effective in the kind of principles around that, which this report doesn't go into that in detail, but I think we've got a really good opportunity now to think about how do we triangulate this with what we know around our incidents and our risk areas, as Charmian said, to give us a wider picture.
It isn't part of the answer to that, Esther, yet another thing I think is the CQC way. I mean, part of the way it ought to be to make sure that you are appropriately skilled and trained to do your job properly. And I absolutely agree, Mark, it'd be helpful to have sanctions, but CQC way ought to be, we shouldn't need them, because people just see it as part of their job. I mean, that fair, Julia?
Yeah, I was going to come in on that point just before then to say, good to see the improvement, Jackie, in the rates. Great, yeah, good stuff. And I mean, I know this is the kind of approach that having visibility of the data is creates its own improvement, just by the fact that I know colleagues will be looking at their own areas and thinking, I don't want to be the one who's in last place. You know, so there is merit and benefit in sharing the data, and indeed that goes for things throughout the organisation at team level. My experience is that when teams are clear about the things that they're being judged on or measured on, they'll respond, because they don't want to be in a position of not being, you know, where they need to be. Just one extra point on this. I was really pleased to do the first corporate introduction last week in Newcastle to new starters. We're reframing induction process. Part of what I think induction should be about is having a welcome from the CEO on your first day, and being so I had a good hour with our new colleagues, and that was really encouraging. So I think on a range of fronts, good to see the sort of starting to make progress, but Jackie and the team, I know, are ambitious to go further with this, so that's good.
Just an ad hoc thought, Julian, we talked about making NEDs more visible. What we did on the previous organisations I've been involved in is get an NED involved in the induction programme to talk about, you know, the board and what it does and what it's like being on the board. It doesn't really matter who it is. If you've just got one, it makes the point there are people. So if you're revamping it, I'll just leave you with that thought. That'd be quite helpful. Any other questions? I mean, there's some actions there to collect, Jackie. Thank you very much indeed. As Julian said, I mean, there's a ways to go, but at least most of the indicators are heading in the right direction. So thank you to everyone for that. If we could keep moving on, we have a session on public inquiries update. We've only allowed 15 minutes for this. It was a request from the board previously to have an update. Obviously, we're very constrained in what we can say in some cases, so it is, if I say it's content light, that's not in any way an insult. But we're being joined by Lisa Price and Nimali's team, I hope. I don't know, Nimali, we'll take the paper as basically read, but I'll leave it to you and Lisa to highlight any points you think we ought to be aware of. Lisa, welcome. Sorry, we're a bit pushed for time, so we were progressing. Please take a seat. When you're trying to speak, you need to press the right-hand button so we can hear you, or the camera will focus on you, if that's okay. But Nimali, leave it to you and Lisa. So let's largely take the paper as read, but anything to highlight, then questions.
Thank you, Ian. Okay, so I'll kick off and then hand on to Lisa, but very quickly, just to frame this to start off with. So I think we all know public inquiries are a really important independent method of investigating complex issues of deep public concern. If we think about previous inquiries, they have been a way of shedding light on injustices of the past, to provide a means for victims and survivors to have their voices heard, and to help rebuild public trust and confidence following those types of situations. So in CQC, we absolutely recognise the vital importance of public inquiries, and we are committed to supporting their effective operation. So currently we are supporting 4 public inquiries. 3 of those are statutory inquiries established by the government under the Inquiries Act 2005. That's the COVID inquiry, the Thirlwell inquiry, which follows the events from Lucy Letby's conviction and looks into the counties of Chester, the Lampard inquiry, which is looking at a high number of deaths of mental health inpatients in Essex between 2000 and 2023. And we're also supporting the Fuller inquiry, which is a non-statutory inquiry. And the common theme across all of those, of course, is that CQC's regulatory activity is being examined as part of the inquiry's operation. And as a result, as you'd expect, CQC has core participant status in those inquiries. And I want to start off just by recognising the tremendous amount of effort that has been put in by colleagues across CQC, so not just in the inquiries team, which Lisa is part of and I'm responsible for, but also operations, data and insights, the list goes on. And those efforts, just to give you a flavour of the types of work, are very much focused around submitting evidence to the inquiry in response to inquiry requests, often to very tight timescales. They've involved identifying and reviewing large volumes of material, both electronic and paper, across multiple systems. And again, with the timescales of Lampard in relation not just to CQC, but to our predecessors as well. I won't go into the details of the paper, but the paper does absolutely recognise some of the challenges that we've encountered in that respect in locating and reviewing the relevant material for the inquiries, and the paper references the review that's been undertaken of our records and information management practice, with a view to making improvements in that area ahead. I certainly wouldn't want to preempt what, for example, the Thirlwell inquiry will report on and what recommendations, but I think anticipating is important given that we have had the experience of being in the Thirlwell hearings, and so that's a piece of work that has been kicked off ahead of the inquiry reporting. But also just, I think it's important as well, just thinking about the conversation earlier, to weave in, Esther, what you were talking about in terms of the wider data strategy and improvements that are being taken forward as part of the foundational work, because that too will play a really important role. In addition, again, a range of CQC colleagues, including Chris Zakiti, gave evidence at oral hearings in Thirlwell, and Joyce Frederick has met with the Fuller inquiry as well. And we have oral hearings coming up this year in relation to Lampard and COBOL Module 6, which is impact on the care sector. And finally, before I hand over to Lisa, the paper flags a financial risk for CQC as this work has been unfunded to date, but I'm pleased to provide an update to that particular risk, which is that we now have confirmation of funding for the inquiry's work, which has come from DHSC. So I think that's a good step forward.
Lisa.
Lisa, anything to add?
Thank you, Marley. Just wanted to follow on from what Marley has provided in terms of more of an up-to-date update on the 3 statutory inquiries following the submission of the papers. So first inquiry will be Thirlwall. So the inquiries team just wanted to start by saying thank you to all the witnesses, including Chris Tzatziki, who provided corporate evidence on behalf of the CQC. The inquiry had the closing submissions on 17th and 18th of March. You may be aware that the Chair was asked to consider a request from Council to the executive team for the Countess of Chester Hospital to suspend the inquiry. So that would have been pending the outcome of their appeal to their criminal convictions, and this request to suspend the inquiry was rejected. We've been provided with an update now that the inquiry will consider maximalisation in the summer of 2025, and that's the process by which core participants are given a period to respond to any criticisms before the report is published. And we anticipate the final report will be published in November 2025. The next inquiry, just to provide an update on, is the COVID-19 inquiry. So the CQC has to date provided 3 statements for the 3 modules in the inquiry. CQC has received a Rule 9 request for Module 6 of the inquiry, and the response has been provided. So the hearings for Module 6 are due to start in June, and this will look at the impact of the pandemic on the care sector. And so the final statutory inquiry that I want to provide an update on is Lampard. CQC has now received a Rule 9 request regarding the role and remits of CQC, and a response has been provided to the inquiry. The inquiry has confirmed that substantive hearings in April will cover an opening statement from the Chair and contextual background regarding the provision of mental health inpatient care and looking at systemic issues with the provision of care. The CQC's role in the April hearings is to be confirmed. That concludes my update if you have any questions.
Okay, thanks very much. I mean, your remarks do flag up. Well, firstly, we continue thanking Chris because he step in on things here. But the sheer amount of time and effort and personal commitments required from our people, particularly where they're representing CQC, but weren't involved initially, of which there are quite a lot, because these things go back donkey's years in many cases and people have moved on. So we should, I think, on behalf of the board, just like to say we do recognise that, thank people for the efforts they have made. Any questions on the paper for either Nimali or Sarah? Chris, you wanted to come in first, I think, and then Mark.
No, thanks, Ian. I just wanted to say a massive thank you to the team, Nimali and the inquiries team, because when you're involved in the inquiries, you see the amount of work which is put into preparing people like us who ended up going and attending the inquiries. But I just want to say a massive thank you, Nimali and your team, because they were absolutely amazing preparing for that inquiry, and the documents we had to look at. I think we ended up looking at 62 documents before going to the hearing, and they were summarizing all those documents for me. So I just want to say a massive thank you. It's a lot of work actually they have to do. So thank you.
Mark.
We're just going to focus on the last paragraph on the last, or the last couple of paragraphs on the last page. I think one of the challenges that we've had with external recommendations in its broadest sense is that it's been relatively easy to accept the recommendation. They've made sense, and we've said, yeah, that's a good thing to do. We've learned some lessons from it, but how do we translate that through to concrete actions? And when we've looked at this at RGC in the past, we've had a long list of actions that, a long list of external recommendations that we've accepted, but not implemented. So it's great that there is that one list now. It's on the agenda for the next RGC to have a look at that. That's an area where I hope as we continue to work on this, we'll get to a position where we can provide better assurance to the board that the things that we've committed to do, we've done.
Yeah, thanks so much. I thought you'd comment on that, and I think there's Julian, always a message for your others. I think in the future when we look at these things and before accepting recommendations, just make sure we actually can do it with wherewithal, we've got the resources, because part of the problem is we've accepted more than we can possibly take on. So something's got to give. Either we don't do it, or we have more resources, and now's not a good time to be asking for more people to do this stuff. So I think Mark's point is very well made. Can I just add, I mean, it's an observation, but it links something I really meant to say earlier. You talked a reference in here to the record keeping, and then I touched on that earlier as an example. It is a problem for us, and I think it just in terms of managing expectations on Julian, it's worth saying that much of what we've been doing over the last 6 or 9 months is focusing as priorities on fixing the problems created by the systems issues. And that clearly has to remain a priority. But if you kind of look at the totality of it, there's then other things that were agreed 5 or 6 years ago that we now think weren't right and we want to reverse. Inspector-assessor split and some of that, I think, is on those lines. So that wasn't a big problem that emerged last year. It emerged over a period of time, but we've now determined that something was done not right. But there are many other things where we are setting or identifying problems that actually go back a long way. So record keeping is not a problem created by failed transformation. It's been there ever since CQC was set up. So I think in terms of, Julian has been encouraged and applauded, and the board has may make a real effort over the last 6 or 9 months to get to grips with all these things. But I think it is just worth recording the fact that there is a large number of things going back almost to the foundation of CQC that we've now got on the list to correct. And they do have implications. So if our record keeping isn't very good, that creates enormous problems for the organisation to respond. And you've given a great example. So I think it's worth making that point. But we absolutely support you, Julian, for avoidance of any doubt in focusing. We want you to focus on the priorities, but we do also want you to get a grip of the bigger challenges. Any other questions for Nimali? Okay, well, look, thanks very much indeed for joining us. Keep it brief, but the paper was very clear, and of course we'll have to keep it under review. Just in terms of managing time and stroke expectations, we're only about 2 or 3 minutes behind schedule, which is very good. But I do want to shoehorn a couple of things in, and we have a couple of AOB. I said we'll finish by 1:30, and we absolutely will. But Julian has got an all-colleague call, so there may be people listening in now expecting him to speak to them at 1:30. So what I'm going to suggest is, or we'll make sure we do, is when we get to the end of the board meeting, Julian can leave. We always have another 5 minutes or so answering questions, but I don't think we need that for you, Julian. So it's just a way of making sure I'll meet the 1:30 commitment, but also you can get away to join other colleagues. Joyce, we have a paper on what's going on in the world. Fascinating stuff. We could probably spend a whole strategy day on it, but we've allocated you 30 minutes, and if you can do it in 25, that'd be great. And of course, there's one major issue not even on the list. I presume you're going to take this. We'll take the paper largely as read, but I'm sure the points you want to highlight as well as updating for what's not in here.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you very much for the opportunity to go through what's going on in our external environment. And you're right, there is a major decision that happened last week or so that is not on the paper because the paper was submitted before that decision. I did speak to Julian just prior to this session to say whether he would like to comment on that just broadly around NHS England and the Department of Health changes. I don't know whether you want to do that first, Julian.
I'll be quick.
Yeah.
I think we've all heard the announcement. It's significant. It changes the kind of dynamics of the whole landscape, and I think ultimately it'll have implications, obviously, for us in relation to our role as the independent regulator for health and care. It's going to be important in the context of our work to notice how that transition is taken forward. Early conversations already with Sir Jim Mackey, who is leading that transition, his new team in place. Important that our relationship with NHSE as it moves into department is good. Already good relationships with colleagues in the department. So I think we're reasonably well placed in terms of our sort of seat at the table around the plan changes. But watching the impact, obviously, of the really straitened financial challenges faced by the sector, both at provider level and at system level, in both social care and NHS. This is when you look at local authority settlements that are likely, so this is going to be a really tough time. It raises the question that we've looked at before about, and not for today, Ian, but I think for future consideration, about our role in use of resources assessments and the partnership that we may have with NHSE on that issue, given the scale of the challenges that are being faced. So early days, obviously being worked through, but I think we're part of the conversation and the planning around how all this will kind of change and develop. So and obviously involved in the development of the 10-year plan. Thanks, Joyce.
Thanks very much, Julian. Right, so taking the paper as read, there are several areas, 6 areas that I will just run through and highlight very quickly. The first is the role of physician associates and anaesthesia associates, which are healthcare professionals who are trained in a medical model, but they are not doctors. Now, we'd be blind if we thought that this isn't a sort of lightning rod debate, really challenging environment in terms of the culture that's driven around it, in terms of the scope of these roles and the transparency of these roles to people, patients who maybe think that they are having a doctor and having a doctor's assessment, but that's not happening. The debate is quite fiery, I have to say, in places, and Professor Gillian Leng is undertaking a Leng review to look at the safety and effectiveness of these roles. We have contributed through Dr. Tim Ballard, who's our National Professional Advisor, and it's really important that as a regulator we talk about our role, and our role broadly is about making sure that staff are appropriately deployed and as they're effective in their roles and have effective supervisory arrangements. So we're neutral on the subject. We want to take the learning and we want to contribute to the debate. There have been lots of guidance that have been done by various different bodies, and we've issued our own guidance on how we view this as a regulator in one of our Mythbusters, which is also on our website. So it's a challenging environment, and I think Professor Leng's report will be published shortly, certainly in the spring. The second area the governor announced perhaps a couple of months ago about elective care reform, and this is really because we, understandably, there are very long waiting lists for NHS care and treatment, and this was about trying to reform the agenda so patients probably have more power around choice, a different experience if we use digital technology in a different way, different pathways, because quite a lot of people on the waiting list aren't actually going to end up having surgery, but they do need to have diagnosis and assessment and tests and then be streamlined or triaged to the appropriate care, and then making sure that care is delivered in the right place, so having better pathways of care for people who require surgery. For us, there may be implications for our registration, for how we assess, for how we make sure providers feel empowered to have that choice, but also part of that plan was that we should have really up-to-date ratings around care, and we know that some of our ratings are aged, and we have to have a process by which we can make sure we've got up-to-date ratings and get back to that position where we do say this is the quality of care across England. The third paper, and I may bring James, you may want to comment on this, is the Baroness Casey review, which is looking at the National Care Service in social care. It does not report fully until 2028. It looks at workforce digitalisation and prevention, but there is a shorter term report in 2026 which are trying to look at some of the immediate priorities and problems. James, did you want to, because you're doing engagement around this in terms of the review?
Only to add, Joyce, thank you. Only to add that we've had an initial roundtable discussion with people on the Commission. Of course, it hasn't started its work yet, and it is an independent Commission. But prospects look good for us giving a conversation. As part of that conversation, we've been invited to consider what regulatory impact we think there could be in some of the initial proposals, particularly around the workforce issues, the National Care Service, digitalisation, and whether regulation is a lever to bring about reform and change in both short term and the medium term. Thank you.
Thank you, James. The fourth area is the AI Opportunities Action Plan, which the government announced or published in January. There are two areas for us that we need to think about as a regulator. First, how we use AI ourselves so that we become more efficient and effective as a regulator. So that's the internal use in our data, in our work processes, so that we add value and we use taxpayers' money appropriately. And secondly, how we regulate for AI and innovation and growth. So the expectations, the spread and adoption that we can drive through our regulation in the sectors that we regulate, so across health and social care as well. We are also expected to produce an annual report of our work as part of this new opportunities plan. So the AI paper that we are bringing, and you wanted to come to RGC, but it will need to come to board because it will require board approval because it covers our regulation and the work that we want to do going forward. The fifth area is the national insurance and the national living wage increase and the impact that has, particularly in social care. And James, again, you may want to say more. This particularly, and there's work being done by the Nuffield Trust and others, which show this particularly has an impact on social care in terms of staff costs and the cost it takes to commission that care, particularly in terms of fuel and wages, and the sustainability that some providers are saying about the sector. Which may not exist if this was brought forward for social care providers. James, you may want to add to this.
Only to add, Joyce, thank you, that we are monitoring this closely from the position of market oversight for that particular area where we have oversight, and we are talking regularly to both DHSC and to the Treasury to share our intelligence as to the impact. There is a question to the board later on, and I've got some more detail then about some of the percentage indicators that we know about.
And the last, it's not the last, it's the last in this paper. There have been several other external factors that influence our work, but the last in this paper, we had Penny Dasher's report, the first one, which was focused on us as a regulator, and that has a seismic impact on the way we work and what we do now. The second report is an independent review of patient safety, also covers quality. The standpoint really is that we have many organisations involved in patient safety, but we have not made the impact in patient safety in the way that you would expect. And Aidan, you may want to come in on this. We do expect, for the reasons that Julian outlined earlier around the changes across NHS England, the Department of Health, this report is delayed. It was expected in January, but we do expect it possibly next week, but certainly in spring. So very shortly there will be something said about what does this regulation look like across the various regulators. But Aidan, do you want to add to this? We've both been on the patient safety across these regulators.
Yeah, so I think there are several important points about the report, and it's welcome to review the safety landscape. Obviously, I have worked in that landscape for the last 7 years, particularly. I think it's not right to say we haven't made progress in patient safety, and I would say that wouldn't I? I think there has been progress in patient safety. Inevitably, I'm going to have a bias on that. I think some of the references to the amount of cost that's been attributed to patient safety, some of which is staffing that has much wider impacts than safety alone. I think sometimes there is a slightly unfortunate narrative in saying we talk too much about patient safety and not enough about other elements of quality. I don't think we've talked too much about patient safety, but I accept that we need to talk more about patient experience and clinical effectiveness, the other domains of quality. So I think that's important. And I think it is true to say people have found the landscape of safety confusing, and there's been a tendency to add into it each time there is a concern, and therefore considering the rationalisation of that makes sense and I think is welcome. But there's definitely been progress on patient safety, and I would hate to see us lose that progress in amongst this. So I think it's important that we recognise some of the impact we have had.
Thank you, Aidan, and we eagerly await the report. There are 6 organisations where they'll look across the landscape and how they probably could work more effectively together, and that's CQC, us, the National Guardian's Office, Healthwatch England, the Health Services Safety Investigation Body, HSIP, the Patient Safety Commissioner, and NHS Resolution. And it will talk to the point of what can we do together or differently to have greater impact, bearing in mind Aidan's words that we've made some progress. It's about building on this, I think. I'll just finally end on Mark's point actually earlier, as in we've had a lot of external recommendations which we have accepted, and perhaps maybe we shouldn't have. We need to look into that, because I don't think there is a huge amount. I think it's how we record it. Some of those are really long-term cultural recommendations, so we wouldn't have actually have done them by now. Some of them are things that we need to look at shorter. This paper points to the fact that actually sometimes they're not recommendations that you have a choice about accepting or not. They are things that are going to be expected of regulators. And I think for us, the choice is about how we do them to make it manageable, rather than the fact that we say we're not doing them. Because there's a lot in this paper and a lot of things about how do you change the landscape across health and social care. How do you make it better for people using services? And I think we have to just work out a way of how do we get that in our priorities, the 4 and the 5, in our long-term strategy. How do we make sure that we are impactful in these areas?
Okay, thanks, Joyce. I mean, a couple of quick comments. I go to questions elsewhere. On Dash, I mean, it'll be what it'll be, so no doubt we'll have an update when it's published. On AI, I mean, there are two elements, so just to be clear, on the impact on the use of AI and things we regulate, we agreed that initial paper to the RGC, quite agree with you, ultimately comes to the board, but the RGC, this isn't something we've delegated authority to approve, but we have asked the RGC as the natural place to review the implications and make recommendations to the board. But the other thing is about use of artificial intelligence internally, which we touched on. I mean, obviously with everything else going on in recent months, this would have been for the birds at one level. But I do think, and I'm also feeding in a comment here from Mark Chakravarty, that I think we'd all be forgiven if the management team were a bit scarred by anything to do with IT over the last year or so, a couple of years. But we shouldn't allow that to make us too unambitious, and particularly in areas where artificial intelligence is a well-trodden path, and there are what we can do elsewhere. I think we do need to have the ambition. We've been saying that anyway, but I think we now have the imperative from outside, and if we are to be the quality of regulator that we aspire to be, I don't think we'd be able to say in, I'm not sure there's a time span, but 12, 18, 24 months, we haven't got around to it or we haven't looked. So I think there is an agenda item there. Any other questions?
It was just to say on those recommendations, I mean, if we can start seeing them in terms of, translated into actions with measurable outcomes, that will be so much easier for us to track. If some of those are problematic in terms of how they're phrased, then I think we need to have the courage to redefine them in a way where we're confident that the action and the outcome that we deliver will address the substance of the recommendation.
So do you want to respond to that? Esther wanted to come in perhaps in response to my comment, but you go first then, Esther.
I was going to point to Esther, if she's not new in post, that there is work going on AI in data and insights, so I was going to point
Thanks, Joyce. Thank you. And just, a couple of comments. Really welcome the approach outlined around our careful consideration about how we use AI, both internally and how we support others to do that. Ian, your comments around what we have on our plate at the moment are absolutely true. And quite interestingly, just in the last few hours, the Public Accounts Committee have released a report about how out-of-date technology and poor quality data is even going to impede the use of AI in the public sector. So the truth of those words are probably not lost on us given the conversation today. However, I think there are real opportunities for us to carefully consider how we do this well and what we can do quickly to support colleagues. And colleagues around this table and in the organisation who have been here much longer than I will know that we have used things like robotics in the past, and they have really supported colleagues to do their jobs well and to support our productivity. So I think there is some important and priority pieces that we can look at introducing quickly. However, there will be some time before we can make full use of all the AI capability that is available to us, not least because of the challenges cited in the news and the report from the Public Accounts Committee.
Thanks. Are there any other questions or comments from Joyce? almost too much to absorb. Okay, well, look, Joyce, thank you very much indeed for that. I appreciate it. This has been bounced off the agenda a couple of times, and every time we bounce it, it gets a bit longer. I was also very struck earlier when, in one of the reports, you were talking about the number of things that we're inputting to at the moment about change consultations or whatever. So we've already talked about the demands on people in the organisation responding to things like inquiries, who add on consultations, and that's only going to go up. It's a not insignificant demand of people's time, and unfortunately it comes demands on time of the people who've got least time to spare. Right, I'm going to slot a couple of things in before we come to board and committees. I realised, James reminded me earlier, that we didn't at any stage talk about where we are on ICS work, and probably also we've got a question later on, which it's probably better we can answer it by reference to what we've cleared. So James, can you update the board and anyone listening on where we are on ICS assessments, and then Charmin, I'll come to you.
Yes, thank you, Ian. Yeah, so the board will be aware that we've got, under the Health and Care Act 2022, we've got this duty to carry out assessments of ICSs to see whether they are meeting the needs of their local populations, and that we had piloted an approach in 2023, and by the spring of 24 we're in discussions with the previous government for signing off the methodology and an approach. That was then paused as we'd not completed with that government the agreement on our reporting approach, and was subsequently paused by the election that followed, and then with the publication of the DASH report, that pause was made formal for other reasons. In January of this year, we'd been invited by DHSE to submit a proposal that would look at a revised approach, including potentially amending our methodology, which we had drawn up in co-production with NHS colleagues and local government colleagues through the NHS Confed and the LGA. It's always been understood that any proposal we make for a piloting approach in 25-26 had to be congruent with our performance improvement as an organisation. But the context referred to earlier around changes in NHSE and integrated care boards, I think, have led to a situation where the department have now withdrawn their invitation for us to put a proposal in by the end of this month. We had reserved a small amount of ICS staff to work on this, so it has an implication for that group of staff. We have agreed to stay in contact with the department for a further conversation, probably in the autumn of this year, when the output of the NHS 10-year plan and indeed the ramifications of what was referred to earlier around NHS England are clearer. So to be clear with the board, for 25-26, that means we will cease work on integrated care systems assurance work. Doesn't mean we won't work on systems, and we do have a very strong view that systems work is a priority for us, in that we'll continue to raise our voice on the impact of system working on outcomes for people and the operation and outcomes of providers within it, including local government as well as the NHS. But we will cease our work in this area as a result of that formality of the pause. And finally, we've asked the department to write to us, which they've agreed to do, which will formally cap off the risk that we are not undertaking our statutory duty with their agreement, as it were, to not do that. Thank you.
Thanks, James. I think it's pretty clear, but I will emphasise in case anyone needs it that the work at ICS and local authorities are unique in all our regular remit, that we do need ministerial approval, so we can't progress without it. I think you said that, but I'll emphasise it. Any questions for James on that? Stephen?
What James has said, I think, is really welcome and entirely sensible, that we're pausing the whole thing, because it's not just that ICB budgets have been cut by 50%, but there is clearly still debate going on about the role and purpose of ICBs and ICSs anyway. Are we part of that debate? Because we can't sensibly frame how would you go about inspecting ICBs, ICSs until we get national clarity, well, what is their role? What do we want them for? And then we can try and work out, well, what does good look like in the discharge of that role? But we don't know that. Are we part of that discussion?
I think, as Julian indicated earlier on, we've got a seat, as it were, around the discussion table about how the system model pans out over the next year, and in addition to that, as part of the 10-year plan, there is an oversight and assurance aspect to that too. So I'm sure we'll be in that debate. I think, as an independent organisation, my advice to ourselves is to still point out the benefit of oversight of systems and the impact of, particularly how local government and the NHS work together on people's health and care outcomes is a really important priority, as we've shown with the local authority work. It's a sister to a potentially ICS work of the future, but it makes sense for that to be considered in the round as part of the description that Julian gave earlier.
Julian.
Yeah, just to add to that, I would hope, Stephen, that we'll have, we do have and will have, particularly with 4 chief inspectors in place working as a team, quite a bit to say about what the evidence is telling us about when systems work well together, when you have social care, primary care, hospital, voluntary sector, mental health effectively working as a system, thinking about patient pathways rather than individual institutions. I think we'll be able to bring quite a bit of insight, data, some thought leadership to that, hopefully, and that I think is an important part of what we can add as a independent regulator.
Thanks, Julian. And then the other thing is we didn't have an update, I will use ARAC, for the ARAC on the agenda today. Didn't think it was necessary. But we spent quite a bit of time earlier talking about governance, particularly in the context of the Peter Gill IT report. So I thought it might be helpful, Charmaine, if you just give a very brief update, not on everything ARAC's doing, but just those things related to the governance topic.
Thanks. So just building on Peter's report and the discussions we had this morning, as Ian said, we thought we'd take the opportunity to talk about what the Audit and Risk Assurance Committee have done in terms of the plan for the year, and to try and sort of look at how much assurance we can take in some vital areas. So for those colleagues who don't know, we define an audit plan at the start of a year. It's agreed March time, and that runs from April to March. And in last April, we commissioned an audit plan, and a number of those audits are complete and are still coming. But just to give our colleagues a flavour of those, to complement the work that the team have done on the IT work. So there's been an audit on risk management, given the issues we have as an ARAC with the reality of the risk register, and looking at how we do risk management and how that could be done better. There's been one on data governance. This arose out of obviously the notifications and the issues with the data flows, but also some of the data breaches that occurred in sort of the first and second calendar quarter of last year. We've had an information governance audit done, which has been instigated by some issues, as we all know, we've had with record keeping. An LLRC audit, a review, an audit into the process around the definition of the values prior to the CQC way. We had asked, and is in the fieldwork now, for a governance audit to be done that not only looked at sort of board governance, but the governance of the exec committees and all the way through, which hopefully will complement some of the work Julian was talking about this morning. Health and safety, as I mentioned, and the process by which the team look at the benefits realised. So there's a lot of audits within this year's scope that are being completed and are due for completion within the course of the next month and a half. That then comes back to the Audit and Risk Assurance Committee, and we look at it informing our opinion. I think it's fair to say that we are expecting, like from what we've seen and from what we anticipate, it's not going to be a strong opinion from either the ARAC or the auditors this year, but the goal for us is to get it on the table and to look at what we need to do to improve across the piece. A couple of other things that colleagues might want to hear is that in June last year, Chris's team did some work. We called for a review at ARIC of benchmarking of how we look at business cases relative to the Green Book, which is a government standard for business case work. And Nina and Chris's team has done a lot of work on that to look at where gaps were and what can be done to cover those. We've had the lead NAO value for money colleague at the Department of Health and Social Care that covers the health and social care sector at NAO come and talk to the team about value for money and how value for money should be considered within decision making. And in relation to freedom to speak up, because that's come up as well, we've now had 3 quarters worth of updates where Carolyn comes to the ARIC. She comes with a purpose of talking through themes. It's really important that an ARIC understands the themes that are arising from concerns that are raised, but also that's given us some insight, as Julian mentioned earlier, into what could potentially be done better in terms of a process. So we hope to support that as an ARIC, and as Stephen mentioned earlier. Finally, I guess just to come back to your question earlier, Stephen, around people assurances, it has been a real focus of the audit plan for next year. So we've just approved that, and there's a lot of audits in there. We have tried to change the balance this year to including more people audits. So some of the audits that are on there, I mentioned earlier, the grievances and disciplinaries. There's one, Julian, you'll be pleased to know, around performance management and how performance management works, and there's one on whistleblowing as well. So we are ensuring that of the 16 audits we do, there are a good balance that cover people aspects as well. We thought we would just give some update to some other areas of assurance we're looking for as a board, which hopefully will get everything on the table. That does put an enormous amount of pressure on the team, but at least we have everything on the table.
Thanks, Charmian. And I think part of the reason I thought it might be helpful is we said earlier that the various aspects of governance need to be looked at, and that was aimed specifically at learning lessons for the IT stuff. But I mean, there are a number of related aspects, and we did say we know a lot of the issues, so the review's got to be solution focused. I just emphasises that there's an awful lot of work gone on in the last year. We have a lot of information. What we need to do is find a way of finding solutions to that rather than reinventing the wheel. So thank you for that, Charmian. Right, a couple of what I call administrative things. Minutes of the previous meeting, they were circulated some weeks ago. Both Charmian and Mark Chambers asked for some amendments to their write-up of their reports and their committees, which we have done, and are reflected in this. So are people on that basis happy to approve? Yes. And then there's a very long action log. I wasn't actually proposing to walk through line by line. There's an awful lot of things I'm proposing that we should regard as closed, really on virtue of the fact that many of these were actions from last autumn, and the fact that Julian's now arrived is doing some things differently. I think it is overtaken by events, and I see no point in continuing action that is no longer required. So I'm not going to go through line by line. But anyone any objections to the items I'm regarding as closed on that basis? If not, we can hand over a much cleaner list. There are 2 red related items, meaning significantly overdue. We may be being slightly inconsistent on what the difference between a red if someone else asked to be deferred or green if I've agreed to a deferral, so apologies to Chris Day for that. But the 2 red items are the Ofsted response item number 1, which Chris asked to pick up next meeting, and then a long-standing discussion around out-of-hours inspections, which we asked the RGC to look at, but I think is still something that's outstanding. So I regard that as outstanding. So if there are no comments, I'll take the action log as agreed as well. Brings in that case to any other business. I've got a couple of things, but I'll look around the table first of all to see if anyone else. Julian.
Well, I thought before I go to do the all staff, I think recognise, Ian, this is your last board meeting as chair, and before I hand to Mark, I just wanted to say really appreciate the support you've given me personally, and we've worked together for just a few short months, but nevertheless support to the changes necessary, and the encouragement you've given me to really pursue that with the team, and the way in which I think we've been able to really, as we've done today, make sure we've been transparent about the challenges that we face in order to move to a better place. So I just wanted to note my appreciation of your support and encouragement.
Thank you very much.
And Mark.
And thank you, Julian. And you know, your last day in the hot seat, wanted to make sure that that we record the thanks of the non-executive directors, non-executive members of the board as well. You know, as we all know, this has been an immensely difficult and at times quite painful period for CQC and for the board. And you know, in leading the board, you've shown quite a quite extraordinary commitment to doing everything you possibly can to get this organisation on a pathway to recovery, and we all owe you a big debt in relation to that. You know, for those dialing in, you know that we do have committees to help support the operation of the board, but you know, they may not know. People listening in may not know that Ian has also stayed very close to the RGC, the committee I chair, and to ARAC that Charmian chairs, and has been a standing attendee and a very active participant at both committees. We've greatly appreciated his support and his contributions to our discussions at a committee level as well. And of course, you know, have led the REMCO discussions as well. So it's you know, it is full on, and I really don't think there is a widespread understanding of just how pressurized and demanding the role of chair is. You know, the sheer volume of formal and informal meetings with colleagues, with key stakeholders, will have been absolutely relentless. We see that, but we only see half of it. So you know, we're in awe of the workload that you have taken on in this role. Not untypically, I'm afraid. You know, we had a board call over the summer where Ian's holiday in Canada was interrupted. And you know, we had Ian's family waiting in the car outside in the car park while we had what turned out to be quite a lengthy call, much to our embarrassment and shame. But that was indicative and not untypical. So I think we all hope that whatever you choose to do next, Ian, involves a slightly better balance than this role has offered at times. But in the meantime, that there's the opportunity for you to spend some meaningful quality time with your family. So we wish you great success and all the best for whatever you choose to do next. But thank you.
Well, thank you very much. That's stolen my first AOB. I wasn't aware that was coming, but I appreciate your remarks, Julian, and those comments. So, as you say, I stepped down on Monday afternoon. I'm fully expecting before then the department will confirm the appointment of my successor. I've made no secret of the fact this has not quite panned out the way I expected when I applied, and it's been both, on the one hand, one of the more rewarding jobs I've ever done, but on the other hand, one of those challenging, the last 12 months in particular, both the nature of things. You've made a number of nice comments, but you could have added actually a second holiday I attempted later on in the year when I was interviewing or meeting prospective colleagues for the role that Julian now holds. And yes, my family are expecting me to have a little bit more time to spend with them. So we didn't mention perhaps, and we're doing all this in the Goldfish Bowl of a Dash review, and then we commissioned Mike Richards to do another review, and of course a change of government, none of which made life easier. But look, I really do appreciate the comments. It was a very difficult decision, but I think I will look forward to doing other things. Don't know what yet. But I appreciate the support that I've had, and I wish all of you and also my successor all the best in taking it forward. So thank you very much indeed for that. My other AOB will take much less time, but I'm very conscious of the fact, you know, it's the nature of these things that we only look at we focus on the negative, and unfortunately the external world only wants to pick up the things that are negative. Interestingly, we've had a few examples as we've gone through today of some things that aren't at all negative. I mean, even, dare I say, the regulatory platform, you know, there are things that actually work quite well. We don't talk about those. There are other bits of the organisation we only hear of relatively infrequently. I made the point the last meeting, you know, market oversight does a fantastic job and nobody comments on it because, well, partly it's a secret, but also no negatives. But there are individual bits of the organisation as well, just do well. And it's a very simple example, so I don't want to single this out compared to others, but I discovered quite by accident the other night that Nimali's team are up for some, the Attorney General runs some prosecution awards. The organisation has been nominated for Team of the Year. One of our particular lawyers has been nominated for Prosecution of the Year. That'll never get publicity. It's only one team. Probably others have done it. But, you know, I'd just like to recognise the fact we've got some pockets of excellence all over the place, and people do well, and we perhaps don't recognise it. I don't think we'd win any friends in the current environment if we ran a sort of rah-rah session, say, "I'll be good," it wouldn't go down well, but I do think colleagues should recognise, and anyone listening in should recognise, there are some very good people doing very good jobs day to day. And I believe the awards are tonight, so I should wish you luck. You're shortlisted, but let's see what comes out of it. So on that, I'm going to close formally the board meeting. We will take some questions afterwards, but this is the end of the board meeting. So, Julian, we will let you go so you can join colleagues. And then if others could remain with me just for a few minutes, I will address the questions that we have had. I'll catch up later. Your game as well, that's that, okay. So one of the questions actually I think is more or less answered now by the thing I slotted in on ICSs, but the question was, when will all integrated care systems be inspected and reports published? Well, we don't know, I suppose, is the answer. But, James, had any further comments?
Well, at the risk of repeating myself from earlier, we, after piloting our work in 23 and submitting a proposal in 2024, we had not reached agreement with the previous government and had to pause the work when the general election came along. That was formally paused in October 2024 by the Dash review. Following the recent government announcement that NHS England will be brought back into under the arm of DHSC, along with reductions planned for ICBs, DHSC have withdrawn a request they'd made for us in January of this year for a revised piloting proposal in 25-26. And so we will cease piloting work in 25-26 and review in line with DHSC requirements in future. The department have acknowledged the risk of us not undertaking our statutory duty in this area and will be writing to us about that.
Okay, thanks, James. The second question is also for you. The question that came in was, how does CQC currently view the financial stability of social care services? Now, we presumed from that it meant specifically adult social care services. I'm not sure we can comment more widely, but if we add the word adult in, how do we currently review the financial stability of adult social care services? So I think you again, James.
Thank you. Yes. So CQC's market oversight team assessed the financial sustainability of 67 of the largest and potentially most difficult to replace providers in adult social care, and they together represent around 30% of the market. From their assessment, the market oversight assessment of these providers' performance in 2024, there are a number of positive trends that can be identified: an increase in operating margins, an overall improvement in recruitment and retention of staff, alongside some reduction in agency use, as well as a continued rebuild, as it were, in occupancy levels in homes for older people. Notwithstanding that, though, the increases in national living wage and changes to employees' national insurance contributions, rates and thresholds, which come into effect on the 1st of April, will increase providers' employment costs by an estimated 9%. Providers are still awaiting the full details of local authority and NHS 25-26 funding settlements, but they, the providers, anticipate that these material cost increases will not fully fund that 9%. And so that probably will adversely impact financial sustainability. So consequently, providers are informing us that in order to remain sustainable, they may need to consider some or all of the following options, which are delayed planned expenditure, reducing costs where it's possible and safe to do so, increasing fees, particularly for self-funders, and reviewing any local authority or NHS contracts profitability and considering whether they can continue the work in some of those instances.
Thank you very much, James. A very comprehensive response there. I hope the person who asked the question found that helpful. And the third question, this one goes to Chris Usher, I think. Question, and I may add, Chris, but how is CQC planning to reduce its costs?
Thanks, Ian. A few things I'd say is, one of which we're always working hard to manage our cost base. I think that's evident with our fee scheme being unchanged since 2019-20, which means that any inflationary increases we've had since then, we've had to manage and absorb them within our ongoing budget. Currently doing work around our medium-term financial planning, but I think for now, at present, our primary focus is around increasing our delivery, is what I'd say.
Thanks, Chris. And not to, I hope this doesn't come straight into question anyway, trivially, but as you said, we actually, in real terms, reduced the cost significantly over the years. And interestingly, it was a comment that Mike Richards made when he did the review for us in the autumn, that we actually had held our fees at a very low level and actually questioned whether or not we shouldn't have been doing more. But anyway, he'll be here at this meeting next time, so he can comment further if the question comes back. On that basis, I think we've answered all questions. So for those listening in, thank you for joining us. We hope you found it helpful, and we'll see you again on May the 14th at 9 o'clock.